And Yeboah, who now walks away. Rossi away too. Is this a little bit too far out for Kuchar? Certainly looks like he's lining up to go for goal here. And right into the wall. Matchup. Cucho lofted one in, and Galassi comfortable.
Talking about Columbus's road form, and we've covered quite a few other games this year, and their approach to the game is it doesn't matter home or away. We are who we are, and we're going to play the way we want to play. And we've seen them batter teams. We saw them go to Portland, put in a strong performance away at Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, in this building.
TQL
as well, but it's just their mentality, and that's why I say this is going to be a great test for them in a playoff series, whereas now there's no forgiveness. In a regular season, there's more games to be played. This is you get it done here, or you're going home and your season ends. So that's the test for them, because we know they can play. We know they can create chances. We know they can get ahead, and we know they can score goals, but can they see a game out in a crucial win-or-go-home series?
Morris, Yeboah. Bypasses Rossi Matan. Morris. And he's pulled down as well. Second foul in that central area from Cartagena. He's going to have to be really careful, the midfielder. Farsi comes out. Yeboah staying out wide. Farsi an option if he wants to just come across and keep possession. Looks like he's going to try to deliver. To Farsi instead. Nagbe, a bit of space perhaps to go for goal if he wants to do. Comes out for Matan. Edge of the penalty area goes down, and the break might be on here. I think there was a sense that he dove on that one. Angulo keeps it in play. Angulo up against Farsi. Still driving. Angulo, edge of the penalty area, lovely ball, and the upper goes just over. Facu Torres had come inside from that right after superb approach play from Angulo, and not far away from the opening goal.
This is really good from Ivan Angulo to keep this play alive, but how Orlando is able to get a strike off. Columbus initially did so well to get numbers back defensively. This is how the play turned over and allowed Orlando to get out in transition, but Columbus did a good job of getting numbers back defensively, but no one spotted Facundo Torres at the top of the box. He gets his strike off, but just can't pick out a corner.
Again, the press coming, and they're asking for it, Columbus, daring Orlando to push on. Angulo, Cartagena, his pocket is picked by Farsi. Driving down the middle, and good challenge back in, and again the free kick goes against Wilder Cartagena.
Cartagena, he's walking a tight rope. That's 3 quick fouls now in succession. He's got to be careful.
Rossi, Cucho from distance, takes a deflection, falls kindly, and right at Galassi. What a onside. Easy save in the end for the goalkeeper, but what a miss for Columbus.
Well, look at Matan at the bottom of your screen. Just keep an eye on him, because this ball's going to take a deflection and fall so kindly in his path, but that first touch is just under his feet, so he can't get the strike off and get the power that he wants to beat Galassi in goal. Golden opportunity there early on for Columbus.
Good win by Camacho. Morris, what a turn that is. Yeboah. Rossi further forward. Morris wants it back. Nagbe. Amundsen. For Nagbe. Again, it's these areas they're saying, come out, trying to open up the spaces behind that midfield. Camacho, lovely ball forward. Matan just too much on the turn, and now Cartagena has it. Rafael Santos in for Janssen. Thorhalsen. Coming all the way inside the right back. Become a little bit of a theme in modern football over the last year. Fullbacks coming into central roles. Cartagena. Torres, he's the man that had that great opportunity for Orlando a couple of moments ago. Pereira making a run and Maguire just couldn't get to that one. Rossi, he's taken down, and Schlegel with that challenge. And now the yellow card is shown, and well, Cartagena's had 3 or 4. He's got away with it. The first challenge for Schlegel, and he does pick up a booking.
Yeah, this challenge is warranted a yellow card. Just catches Rossi late. Probably a challenge that Schlegel doesn't need to make coming into this play here. It's in the defensive end of the pitch. There's no real threat. Now you have one of your center backs for Orlando playing the remainder of this game on the yellow card.
Over a quarter of an hour in, Eastern Conference semi-final clash. Mo, you zeroed in on that midfield battle. What have you made of it so far?
It's been scrappy. A lot of challenges, a lot of aggression coming, more so from the Orlando side, the way that they're trying to press when they're higher up the pitch and they're in their attacking half. And now it's a tug of war. Darlington Nagby, Aiden Morris trying to find ways to draw those two in midfield out, to try to find pockets, to find Matan, to find Diego Rossi higher up the pitch. Orlando's still looking to find a way to get Mauricio Pereira more involved in the game. We haven't mentioned his name so far in this first half very much. He's a key role in pulling the strings for Orlando and bringing others into the play.
Nice pocket of space again here for Morris. Chabot was making a good run on that left. Instead he goes for Matan. Farsi. Cucho. And back for Farsi, who's trying to get himself in the area, and Verhalsen that time back in his conventional right back position. Clears the danger. Big decision for Mo Farsi to get that start in that right wing back position. So far it's been lively on this side.
Good switch.
You get the sense that Columbus are starting to get a footing in this game. That one beyond Cucho. Matan. Moreira. Morris. He's been the one pulling the strings. Matan. Back for Nagby. Amundsen. Yeboah. Lovely possession from the crew. Matan. He started this initial sequence on the right, now he's on the left. Yeboah. Cucho. Morris, Moreira, we know he's not afraid to get forward. And finally, Araujo with the challenge to break up the possession. 60% already for the crew on the travels. Don't have to wait long to get it back here, Yeboah. Schlegel gets in the way of that one. Maguire. Angulo, we know he's got pace. Angulo in behind. Up against Moreira. Angulo trying to get in on goal. And a big tackle from Moreira. Had to time that well. Just as Angulo was getting ready to shoot.
I mean, what a massive challenge that is from Moreira. But you see the importance of trying to get Duncan Maguire involved in the game. He draws out the center back that now leaves Ivan Angulo 1v1 with Moreira, and it's a good recovery there in the end to just get a touch on it as Angulo's looking to get his strike off.
That pretty much encapsulates the game though, doesn't it? The possession from Columbus and how quick Orlando can strike as well. That's been the knock on the crew. However dominant they can be, they will give you chances.
They will, and this is where you have to punish Columbus when you get these chances. Angulo doing a good job of getting himself, and he even takes his touch towards the goal to try to cut off the run of Moreira. Moreira is really disciplined, because if he gambles a little bit too early, or if that lunge isn't spot on, it's a penalty, it's a red card, and an opportunity for Orlando to be up one.
Cartagena, back for Araujo. Janssen. Look to play out wide rather than through the middle as the crew do. Thorhalsen. Wilfred Nancy just telling his team, push on. Getting that back line up. Facu Torres, Thorhalsen.
See, that's a good spot that Facundo Torres picked up. Just on the little periphery there, just in that little spot in between the wingback of Columbus and Aiden Morris on that opposite side. But his first touch is a little bit negative, but just going back to that last chance, we get a look at how Duncan McGuire is positioning, drawing out the center back, and now Ivan Angulo, he's in 1v1. Look at Moreira trailing him. He's patient, just waits for that last moment where Angulo just starts to set himself up for the strike, and that's the moment that Moreira can put in the challenge cleanly to get the ball and kill off the play. But it all starts with the movement of Duncan McGuire to draw Camacho out of that center back area.
Rafael Santos, good high press that time from Orlando. Moreira, good running from Araujo, good cross, and Nagbe out as far as Yeboah. Nagbe, the calmest man in the stadium with that clearance. And now, is that one kept in? Just about stays in. Rossi making a good run on this far side. He might be in if they can find him. Diego Rossi. Galassi was off his line. Rossi inside the area. Galassi with a one-handed save.
This is why these teams were the 2 and 3 seeds. The ability to just dictate the game, to quickly transition to create chances for either side. It's been on full display the last 5 minutes now. Massive save, though, and goal from Pedro Galese.
Farsi back for Moreira. One thing on that challenge from Moreira, he doesn't want to get himself in that position too many times where he has to make that last-ditch challenge. Yeboah. That one beyond Cucho. Rossi. Farsi gets his cross in, and that one cleared. But just how advanced Farsi has been so far. Very close to linking with Cucho.
Well, let's go back to that previous chance. Watch on the right side of your screen. Good first touch. But the way that Matan's able to just cut up space, and then the inch-perfect pass into Diego Rossi. But watch this save from Galese. He sees it a little bit late because it's going through the silhouette there of Robin Janssen, but a strong right hand. We talked about the importance of having good goalkeeping. We saw it there from Galese.
Rossi. Matan back for Rossi. Little chip delivery. Galese hangs on. Comfortable for the goalkeeper in the end. That one off the training ground, but not quite how they scripted it. A bit of a break from the last round, though, a collective breath for MLS fans, and, well, you can feel the energy inside Exploria Stadium right now. Playoffs are back.
You can also feel the energy amongst these players. That break served them well. Both sets of players look refreshed, energetic, and really up for this moment. It was good to hear Wilfred Nancy when we asked him about the break, how the importance of how he viewed it. And he talked about not only was it good for the players to get that freshness back, to get some time off and get their legs back under him, but he said we just played the same team 3 times. So there's that emotional recuperation that you need as well. And so just looking at this first stretch of this game, first 25 minutes, these teams look like 2 refreshed teams, 2 teams that are ready for this moment and eager to get into an Eastern Conference final.
Surprising you that Columbus have had the majority of the ball so far?
No, it doesn't surprise me. That's their DNA. But what I do like is that's something we expect from them, because they're a team that knows how to adapt to what's in front of them, knows how to adapt to the opponent. They're comfortable in possession when they have the ball as well, but they also know how to strike quickly, how to look to find those gaps, to try to find Angulo getting forward, or if it's Facundo Torres tucking in from that right-hand side, to take advantage of moments of weakness from Columbus.
Nagbe, lovely little ball around the corner there for Rossi, who elects to come back on Cartagena. Cucho Hernandez driving up that back line, inside the area, trying to create a yard, still going. Took a deflection, it's out for another corner. He is so dangerous in those situations, Cucho Hernandez.
It's good running off the ball. But Cucho, look at that, he's 1v4. But just the low center of gravity, the good feet, the nimble feet to keep possession and then find a way to get a strike off when there doesn't look like there's any window to get that strike off. And he earns a corner kick and another opportunity here for his side.
And we do know the issues that the crew have had defensively on set pieces. Let's see if they can conjure up something attack-wise. Again, it's going to be Rossi. Matan, we saw that little short corner routine a moment ago. This time he lofts it in. The header, and that should be comfortable for Galasay. It is. Angulo, every time immediately looking for that long ball out. Well, the MLS Cup playoffs presented by Audi continue later tonight with Cincy hosting Philadelphia Union for the second spot in the Eastern Conference Final. Coverage starts at 7:45 p.m. Eastern, right here on MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. And another free kick given away by Rudy Camacho. He's not happy with that decision. Duncan Maguire. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's for the challenge or the afters, but there's that elbow getting across Maguire. Enough in it for you?
I'm going to assume that it's more so for the afters, the conversation afterwards, because when you look at that challenge, it's two players grappling for the ball. Camacho just trying to get a little bit of leverage, putting his arm into the chest there of Duncan Maguire, but that's a matchup to keep an eye on now. If I'm Duncan Maguire, I'm going to keep trying to bait Camacho into situations, whether it's aerially, whether it's testing him in, his ability to track you in behind, now that he's sitting on a yellow card.
Jansen, lofted one. Camacho with the first header, Farsi with the clearance. Just wonder if that's in the mind of the crew players. It was the set piece defending that really cost him here back in September with that defeat. Halsen. Angulo's going to cross to the far side now, up against Yeboah. Back in for Pereira. Jansen. Challenge from Moreira, and Rossi just trying to get position there on Jansen. Just said Pereira a moment ago getting a touch in midfield. Mo, haven't seen too much of the Orlando number 10.
He's been quiet. Mauricio Pereira, maybe he'll win the second ball here. But he's been incredibly quiet. Part of that is because of the way that the center backs from Columbus are set up. You see him drop in a little bit deeper now just to get a couple touches on the ball because he hasn't found that joy higher up the pitch.
Santos back for Jansen.
But for Orlando, Pereira is a man that they need to get into the game and have more influence.
Cartagena. Facundo Torres. Rafael Santos. Nice angle on the cross, but comfortably dealt with. Torres. Santos to get another chance. This one looks better, but nobody at that far post. Angulo had come all the way inside.
Rafael Santos on that left-hand side, finally getting a little bit more adventurous and getting forward. He's, over the last few games, been a lot more balanced in terms of when he picks his moments to get forward. More times than not, he gives a green light to Torhalson on the opposite side to be the more adventurous fullback in this four-back system.
Looking for the outlet pass, Rossi. Again, that higher line from Orlando working. They're winning it back a little bit quicker now. Halsen, Araujo. 30 minutes in. The first of 4 conference semi-finals over the course of this weekend on Apple TV. No goals as of yet here at Exploria Stadium. Orlando the second seed against Columbus Crew, third seeds. Bagby, Farsi, Rossi. Rafael Santos wanted the throw-in to go Orlando's favour. Nice little ball to find. Morrissey goes down. Free kick given against Pereira.
What a ball that is by Matan, though.
Oscar Pereira, what a job he has done since arriving as the Orlando head coach. Record wins this season, record points, and a renewed optimism inside this stadium that they could well deliver a title.
But will he get the renewed contract? That's the crazy part. And it's yet to be seen. He's come out and said that they want to wait till after the season to make a decision. But if you're an Orlando City fan, I'm sure you are craving that signature on the dotted line, and this man staying in this building and at this stadium for years to come.
A bit of space for Cucho. Good challenge. Superbly timed by Janssen. From Cucho, he arrived back. He was back with the Colombian national team, so you didn't have everybody together if you're Wilfried Nancy, but I'm sure the confidence of being there when Colombia picked up the big win against Brazil. Cucho on the bench for that one. Moreira. Farsi. Munson. Yaboa. Gonna go out to Halsen. Finds Rossi, opens up. Rossi with the effort. Lovely turn to just create the angle to go for goal, and not far away.
You know why it's so hard to defend these little wizards, is what I call them. Watch Rossi in the center of your screen. When this ball comes on, watch his first touch. It just sets him up perfectly to get the strike off. Now, he misses the far post. He's aiming for that far corner, but that first touch is everything. The defender can't get close enough to him. Gets the strike off. He'll be hoping to find the back of the net with the next one, but those little slick little touches to create that window to get a strike or to get that next pass off is so key for the front three from Columbus.
Amundsen. Cucho. Good movement again. Rossi, Cucho trying to go back for Rossi and just had his run impeded. That was a good piece of defending by Orlando. Looks to have worked up a good understanding since Rossi arrived to replace Lucas Zelarian. Hard to believe we have waited this long to even mention the fact that you lose what was the key player at the start of the season and don't necessarily skip a beat.
All that is distribution from Gillespie and goal, but you're right. Lucas Zelarian, he's been the talisman for this Columbus Crew side. Part of that speaks to the manager, to Wilfried Nancy, the ability to take the importance of one player and distribute it across multiple players, then also give credit to the front office and be able to bring in a player with the pedigree and quality of Diego Rossi. It's not a gamble. He's proven in this league already that he can come in and score goals. So that's why they felt so comfortable to be able to allow Lucas Zelarian to leave.
El Santos going inside. Araujo. Angulo, very narrow. The challenge by Matan. Referee says play on. Maguire. Angulo. Halsen. Picked up a good position on that right, but it was well defended to force him to go back inside. And about that for a touch from Araujo.
He knew what he was doing, Araujo.
Rafael Santos trying to create that yard. Gets the cross in. And again, comfortable for Camacho. Farsi. Cucho. Rossi again just takes it in stride so well. Yaboa. Gonna wait for the midfield reinforcements. Recycles through Nagby. Good mix of Orlando of picking times to press and be aggressive, and other times just dropping and holding that shape.
When the press is on, you go for it, but as soon as you realize and that first line is broken, they just drop back, they get into a block, get organized, and then find those moments again where they can step a little bit higher.
Nagby. Morris. Morris goes for goal. What a save! Not quite sure Galasay was expecting an effort from that distance, but he moved quickly, and it was a one-handed stop by the Orlando goalkeeper to deny Morris. Moreira. Columbus continuing with this spell. Farsi. Nagby. Matan. Morris, the man that unleashed that effort. What a strike it was. Moreira. Munson put under pressure by Angulo and does really well to get away, and then gives it away. Schlegel. I think he was referencing he wanted that movement in behind from Angulo. Kucha, Yeboah.
Kucho's having a word with the referee there. Every time he plays the ball, whoever the defender is on the last couple of occasions has been Schlegel, just putting a body on him, disrupting his run. He wants to play and move. That's how Columbus play, especially in the final third. It's little quick passes and then moving off the ball. Schlegel's being clever and just disrupting his run, not allowing him to get into space behind.
Natan. Again looking for Cucho. Again, he's beaten to it, and now the break is on. And this is where they have looked lively. Maguire. That time no support, so he elects to just keep possession. But just on Cucho, well, he's not your natural number 9, is he? He doesn't stay up high, he likes to come back in, he likes to link and get involved in the play as well.
Well, Cucho's freedom to play that position, it works in this dynamic because he has 3 players in that front line, himself, Matan, and Diego Rossi, who all are comfortable in any of those 3 attacking spots. And so you'll watch throughout the course of the game, they'll be occupying different roles in different positions just based on how the play is developing.
Who's now passed 10,000 minutes in Orlando colours, an elite group he joins. That time the foul is going to go against Columbus, or is it? No, it's not. The referee's going to cross to Araujo, took it upon himself to have a late challenge, let's just say. I thought the referee had given the free kick.
Well, referee John Freeman is going to have his hands full here because these moments are going to be so important. What tone are you setting in this game? Are you going to allow the physicality to continue on? Because if that's the case, you have to call it for both sides. That initially, it looked as though Aiden Morris maybe got away with one on that initial ball. Looks like he catches Torhalson there. And so the reaction, Orlando's not shying away from anything. So you have to know that something's going to come for you. And Aiden Morris takes that first touch, and straight away, one of the enforcers out of that midfield, Cesar Araujo, comes in, puts in a strong challenge to Aiden Morris. Looks like he's getting himself in the book.
I think he might have got away with that one. No?
Did he?
Darlington Nagby saying, are you sure?
He is very fortunate to escape with that one.
Well, they say, playoffs, let him play. It just seemed the pace of it that some of the players thought the free kick had been given. No yellow, and we'll restart with a free kick for the crew. Araujo only had one thing in mind once that ball was played into Morris. Natan. Moreira. Cucho.
Good ball.
Rossi, Yeboah testing that line on that left-hand side. Instead, he comes back for Matan, who tried perhaps one too many passes there. Over-extravagant flick towards Cucho, easily intercepted.
And that's the second part there, what you just said. It's not one too many passes, it's just the wrong pass. Trying to be a little bit too clever, Matan, with the flick. kills what looked like a promising opportunity for Columbus.
Rossi picked up this pocket of space well today. Rossi, Cucho on the turn, goes for goal, and that was the first real glimpse of goal for Cucho Hernandez. Lovely turn, and it flashes through the 6.
This is so good by Columbus. The spot that Diego Rossi picks up, he's going to come into your picture, number 10 there in yellow. Nobody around him. Has a quick look over his shoulder, but then watch the first touch from Cucho. It creates a separation, and then it creates the ability for him to get the strike off. He can't get the contact he wants to pick up that back post, but that first touch just leaves Schlegel in the dust and gives Cucho Hernandez a chance to get a strike off.
Rain, which has been on and off over the last couple of hours, is really picking up now. Slick surface, make it difficult for defenders.
These are the kind of nights I miss, man. A little bit of rain makes the pitch a little bit quicker, makes the game flow a little bit faster. You see the challenges, how they're coming in.
I remember those mistimed Moadu challenges in the rain.
I love them. And you always had someone to blame it on. It wasn't me, it was the rain. The pitch is too slick, that's what it was. You know what I mean? That wasn't a poor challenge, I just lost my footing.
Janssen. When you talk about the added difficulty though of trying to defend a Rossi or a Cucho, a Facundo Torres, Pereira. Here is Torres, good challenge.
It's the defending of the individual, but it's also now defending balls put into the box. Whether it's a ball in the air or a slick pass across the surface, it makes defenders, it makes retreating center mids question, do I make a challenge for this? Am I sliding to try to make a play here? And you have to be really clever and get your challenges in and be spot on with them, really precise.
Janssen closing in on half-time here. An entertaining first 45 minutes, but no goals as of yet. Pereira trying to change that here. Lovely ball for Torres. Thorhalsen, he's got numbers inside the area. Thorhalsen with the cross. Evades everybody. Rafael Santos tracks it down on the far side. Closed down by Farsi. It's on Farsi, and it's out for the corner.
Much better spell by Orlando, really utilizing the width on both sides. A couple slick passes centrally, and then getting the ball played in on the weak side. Mauricio Pereira has a chance now from the corner kick to show off his service, his delivery, with some big bodies attacking space in the 18.
Only one goal from corner kicks this season for Orlando. The referee having a word here. Schlegel and Moreira, and the wall behind the goal. Well, they are just trying to will this ball into the back of the net. Moreira, and Schlegel was attacking it, but it was a really good defensive header by Camacho. He just wanted that more.
Camacho on one side, Robin Janssen on the opposite side have been absolute beasts in terms of aerial presence defensively. Really commanding their 18s. Any service that's been played into the box. Camacho's a man amongst boys in that last challenge there to really clear the lines for Columbus.
You don't see this often. Schulte calling away, playing out of the back, says let's push on here.
And you look at the clock. 45th minute, the last thing you want to do is be naive and concede the ball in your own defensive end, just trying to play slick. As you mentioned, the rain's coming down now, don't gamble. See this half through.
Cucho, Farsi. Cucho goes down. Didn't look like there was much contact. Well, the Audi 2023 MLS Cup playoffs continue later tonight. A rematch of last year's conference semi-final, FC December 9th on MLS Season Pass. Another challenge. This time the yellow card is going to be shown. Amundsen picking up the booking. late opportunity here for Orlando if they want to get service into the penalty area. Very high line. Maguire trying to penetrate it. Dancing Camacho dropping off, so is Moreira. Falls at the edge of the penalty area, and Araujo's effort easily dealt with.
Diego Rossi is very, very lucky that Araujo's chance wasn't as clean or wasn't the strike that he wanted, because it's him who's caught sleeping to give Araujo the chance.
Maguire. Facundo Torres. Thorhalsen. Forced back. Good defensive play by Yeboah. Good step up. Oh, he has a long-range effort from the centre-back. Fully 45 yards out, and that'll be the final action. Entertaining, but no goals so far. Mo, what did you make of the first half?
It's been a tug-of-war, a little chess match. Either side trying to find the little gaps to exploit in behind. We've seen a couple big saves from Gillespie on one end. Schulte hasn't had to do too much yet, but a really entertaining first half. Both teams really showing the necessity and the desperation to get into the Eastern Conference Final.
Yeah, the playoff edge is in the air. No goals after 45 minutes here at Exploria Stadium. We're going to step aside for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a recap of all of the first half highlights. 0-0 at the break.
Hey, how are you?
I made this. Fee-free overdrafts. Early payday. Easy credit building. When your money's good, you feel good.
Don't be afraid to catch fish.
Chime, the #1 most loved banking app.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
I was dancing.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron.
Welcome to the halftime report presented by Audi, and welcome back to Exploria Stadium. Orlando 0, Columbus Crew 0. The score after a very entertaining first 45 minutes. Well, you can join the legend Leo Messi as he embarks on his historic next chapter with Apple TV Plus's new documentary series, Messi Meets America. Follow along Messi's journey as he takes North America and Major League Soccer by storm, ushering in a new era with his Inter Miami teammates. The series is streaming now, only on Apple TV Plus. Take a look at the highlights in this one, Mo, and it was a breakaway that gave us the first opportunity. Angulo finding Torres not far away.
And Columbus do a good job of getting numbers back, but everyone gets caught ball watching in yellow. No one sees Torres just sneak into the play. Gets his first touch right, but he just can't get over the ball to sneak it into that top corner. But an early sign from Orlando of how they meant to play this game and how they look to exploit Columbus in transition. And here's another moment of that. Duncan McGuire does a really good job of drawing Camacho out, and it's Angulo who's in again. But what a recovery there from Moreira. He times it perfectly as Camacho gets drawn out. Now there's a huge gap in that back line, but watch Moreira in yellow. He has to be patient because he knows he can't mess up this challenge. Gets it spot on. Is able to dispossess Angulo and kill off that play. But another moment of warning from Orlando as to how they can attack that Columbus side, and Columbus would answer in kind. Aiden Morris just able to meander so comfortably through the midfield. It's real passive from Cartagena, it's real passive from Araujo. Aiden Morris says, you know what, why not try to strike off? The ball's moving. You watch this technique from behind. It looks like it's a comfortable save from Gillespie, but in the end, because of the movement of the ball, it forces him to have to awkwardly make that save. It's a strong palm from Gillespie to deny Aiden Morris. What a goal that would have been, though.
We take a look at the stats. The expected goals number immediately jumps out to me.
Columbus have done a good job of creating some really good half chances, especially in and around the 18. But it's about finishing off these plays. You can't let a team like Orlando just hang around because they're comfortable in these kind of positions. They're comfortable defending and then just finding that one moment to find the back of the net, and then they can protect the lead.
Are the crew the happier of the sides at halftime?
I would say both teams have reasons to be happy. Crew were able to exploit the game in the way that they wanted to, create some mismatches and get some chances in the final third. And Orlando, they were able to impose themselves from a physical standpoint. They were combative in midfield, and they did find some moments to get in behind that back line as well.
Well, the top scorers for each team are presented by Audi, the official vehicle of Major League Soccer. And we saw Kucha involved with 5 of the 9 shots so far for Columbus Crew. He's the man that leads the line. He's got 3 goals. What do you want to see from him in the second half?
A goal. He's doing all the right things himself. Diego Rossi, Alex Matan, they're combining well in that final third. It's just that last bit that's missing. Part of that is because Gillespie's made a couple big saves in goal. The other part is just, can they be a little bit slicker, a little bit sharper with that final pass, but doing a good job of finding the right spaces and combining well for Columbus.
Well, for every goal scored during the Audi MLS Cup playoffs, Audi will contribute $2,000 to support MLS academies through the Goals Drive Progress Initiative. No goals here after 45 minutes. We're going to step aside. When we return, we're going to take a look at the other big matchup in the Eastern Conference today. Cincinnati taking on Philly. We'll discuss that and more coming up next.
Lunch?
Yes, please.
That'll be $23.
Your ad says it's free.
It is for our Economy Ultimate passengers who paid extra.
I'll just have water.
Okay, cash or card?
For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out, made with titanium.
We do have free movies, with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the road as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters.
Travis, did you know you can get this season's COVID-19 shot when you get your flu shot?
2 things at once.
2 things at once! 2 things at once!
I'll have the 2 things at once, please.
Now back to 2 things at once.
2 things at once.
That's not 2 things at once.
Mom!
Travis, ask about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report, presented by Audi. Orlando 0, Columbus Crew 0. The score here after 45 minutes of this Eastern Conference semi-final clash. Well, Offside takes you into the world of American soccer with Taylor Twellman as your tour guide. This week, Taylor dives deep into the key moments and storylines across all of the playoff action. Stay tuned to Offside with Taylor Twellman through MLS Cup for the Inside Scoop, with new episodes every Thursday. Follow and listen on Apple Podcasts. And the big game coming up a little bit later on tonight, Mo, is Cincinnati hosting Philadelphia Union. So many storylines between these two sides. What do you want to see in this one?
Fireworks. This is Pat Noonan, winning Coach of the Year, former assistant coach at Philadelphia Union. There's so many familiar players on either side. Ray Gaddis as well as Sergio Santos. So this is your number 1 seed versus your number 4 seed. A rematch of last year. This game is setting itself up well for us to
and a battle of two of the best in the business in this league.
Two of the best in terms of Lucho Acosta, but beyond them, they have star players. But when you just look at these two comparisons, they're not far off. 14 goals, 11 assists for Daniel Gazdag. Lucho Acosta, maybe there's some more hard work coming their way, but an impressive season yet again for both of these players and both of these sides.
You're going to sit on the fence? You're going to give me a prediction?
For that game? Last year I said the number 1 seed can't go on. The Supporter Shield winner can't go on and get to a final, and look what happened. So my Philly fans are going to hate me for this. I'm going to lean towards Cincinnati in this one.
Wow. Well, ex-Philadelphia Union legend picking Cincinnati. TQL Stadium later this afternoon. Not time to get a little bit of a break in between from this game to that one. But Cincy taking on Philly. The storylines are there. 1 against 4. Philly coming into this season on that redemption tour from last season. We'll see if they can get it done on the road tonight. Well, no goals here after 45 minutes between Orlando and Columbus. We're going to step aside for a short break, but we'll be back with all the second half action.
Finding the right hotel just got easier. Compare and book on the app with Hotels.com.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron.
If working hard is essential to get where you want to be, you need something that gets you going and keeps you going on the path to your true potential. You need a spotter, a running mate, a loyal companion. You need Celsius. Every drop is essential. Celsius, essential energy.
Welcome back to Exploria Stadium. No goals after 45 minutes between Orlando and Columbus Crew, but a great atmosphere inside the stadium tonight. This is the supporter cam brought to you by Hotels.com. Find your perfect somewhere on the Hotels.com app. Mo, you need your fans behind you. That's why you fight to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, and they've certainly delivered tonight.
Orlando fans always deliver in this building. This season especially, they have expectations. The way that they've gone throughout the course of this season, getting the number 2 seed, they are looking for fireworks. That the wall, as it's called, the standing section of the supporters group, where the Ruckus and the Iron Lion firm, the home base for them, they've been making a lot of noise, making this an intimidating atmosphere. They're just looking to see some goals down the second half.
Okay, so goals, we talk about Duncan Maguire. He's the number 9. He's the player that you expect to be involved for this team. What have you seen from him in the first half?
From Duncan Maguire, I mean, he's only had 8 touches so far in this first half, and you take a look at the attacking zones for both teams, predominantly on that left-hand side. For Columbus, that left-hand side is occupied by a variety of different players. At times, Matan floats over there. Diego Rossi has found space on that left-hand side as well. For Orlando City, predominantly that was Ivan Angulo early on. You remember those 2 chances that he had? Yep. It came from that left-hand side, trying to expose space. We'll look to see if these trends continue in the second half. But Duncan Maguire, to your question, he started off getting involved, dropping deep at times to try to create space in behind, but where he does his best work is in the 18. So part of that is, can he find the right runs to attack crosses into the box, and can Orlando get more service into the box for him to attack? But ultimately, they have to find a way to get him involved, because he's been starved of service and he hasn't found a chance to get a shot off in this first half.
It's Columbus Crew back on the field. We're still awaiting Orlando back onto the pitch For Wilfred Nancy, you look at Cucho Hernandez. He's the one they look to for creativity and goals. Have we seen enough of him in the first half?
Oh, yeah. Cucho Hernandez. Ever since Lucas Elleron left, Cucho said, this is my team. Don't worry about it. I got this. And the regular season delivered not just goals, but assists. 16 goals, 11 assists. And then what happened in the playoffs? He's just continued on that trend so far. 3 goals and 1 assist in that series against Atlanta. This first half, he was lively, creating chances for himself. His movement off the ball creates space for his partners up top, Matan and Rossi, to occupy spaces. The only thing missing from this Columbus side is that opening goal.
And here we go. Here are Orlando. Just on Columbus, have they balanced it out a little bit more today? Have they been a little bit more pragmatic in their approach?
I'm not sure if pragmatic is the right word that I would use there, but they've definitely been more aware. You've seen even between Nagbe and Aiden Morris in that midfield a really good balance and understanding of, hey, we can't just be ill-disciplined and leave space to be exploited. When you look at the shots that they conceded in the first half, Schulte didn't have a save to make. So kudos to them, but there's another 45 minutes to be played here where a lot of things can happen in terms of tactical tinkering from either coaches, and one mistake is all it will take to change the balance of this second half.
For Orlando, a few times we saw Angulo get in behind, but didn't see that much of Facundo Torres after that early shot. Mauricio Pereira, again, another one that struggled to get on the ball in midfield. We'll see how that changes as this game continues. It'll be Columbus Crew. It'll get us underway. John Freeman, who's trying to let the game go as freely as he possibly can, the referee. We've had some meaty playoff challenges. John Freeman gets us underway. It is the Crew attacking from right to left, immediately finding Rossi, and on the giveaway, Amundsen will go back for Schulte, who's not going to take any chances, drives that one forward, and it might work out very well indeed, because it's gone to Farsi. Tries to pull it back for Cucho, little ball in behind, and that one taken off the foot of Matan. Super defending from Janssen.
I mean, where do you even start on this play? So much good. The initial ball by Schulte to open up the game. The touch from Farsi is just behind Cucho, but look at Matan's run. But what a recovery by Robin Janssen. To stick with the play, get that little toe in there to concede the corner kick, but to kill off the chance there for Alex Matan.
Diego Rossi. Morera just outside the 6-yard box, making a bit of movement. The other runners coming from that little bit deeper. Morris wisely just goes back to his goalkeeper, Schulte. Amundsen. Camacho on that ball travelling through harmlessly out of play. Just want to go back to the Duncan Maguire conversation you were having, Mo. It's 9 touches in the first half. How do they get him involved? How does he get himself involved in the second half?
Part of the role for Duncan Maguire is going to be facilitated by Mauricio Pereira. The more that Mauricio Pereira is able to get on the ball, he's the one that can bring Maguire into the game a little bit more. But some of the running that Duncan Maguire is doing in the first half, he made a couple good runs in behind, but it was never picked out.
On the ball looking towards Maguire, but that was never going to be a realistic target for him.
Maybe not a realistic target, but what that does do now is it's going to keep that center backs a little bit more honest, knowing that that threat is on, that there is a chance that Orlando will play that direct ball in behind. In doing that, it draws their line a little bit further back and maybe creates more space for Pereira to get on the ball.
And Cartagena gives away another one, complains. He's the one that's got away with all of these in this match.
He's won a lottery ticket somehow that he hasn't found his name in the book, but he's edging closer and closer on that line. But this is a reflection of the passion that both these teams play the game with. Competitive, combative. They're going to leave it all on the pitch.
Morera pressured into that corner. Now a chance. 2 inside the area. Here is Maguire. Opens up on his right foot. He's closed down quickly. Thorhaldsen on the volley. Difficult one to master from that area. It took so long to drop as well. That was Maguire finding a little pocket of space inside the penalty area. Schulte. I mentioned he stopped playing out of the back for the last minute. He's gone back to it here to start the second half. Rafael Santos. Araujo. Angulo. Cartagena. Cartagena almost has his pocket picked by Matan. We talk about experience in these kind of games, Mo. The two games that got Orlando to this point were tense, close, defensive matches, as this has been, as Schulte's closed down there well by Angulo. The Crew have been in shootouts so far in their 3 matches against Atlanta United. Schlegel. And we'll go back for Galasay.
What we've seen from Orlando over the course of the season, especially the second half of the season, is they're a team that is adaptable. They know how to win games by any means necessary. Doesn't always have to be the prettiest football. Doesn't always have to be the same consistent mechanism. Doesn't have to be possession dominated. They can win games in different ways, and so they're adaptable. And we're seeing that in this matchup. It's a different beast, Columbus, and than Nashville was in the previous game. But so far, they've kept a 0.
Farsi. Not a team that get it wide and just sling crosses into the box. They like to play little give and goes at the edge of the penalty area. Yeboah trying to head it back towards Kucher. Torres. Oh, Halson. That one to nobody in particular. Morris underneath it. Farsi coming all the way across on this side. Both wing backs on the same flank. Rossi. Cucho opens up, and again, good piece of defending by Araujo. And the free kick going against the Crew. That's how narrow the Crew got there in that attack with Farsi coming all the way inside. Down. He's been a threat with his pace in behind. Just on the halftime team talks for both coaches. Mo, what would the message have been from Wilfried Nancy? He's got 4 of his players over now having more tactical instruction. What would he be telling his team?
Well, he's continuing it on now, and he would be telling his team that they've done a good job. They're playing the Columbus Crew way in terms of being ball dominant, but they just have to make sure that they're always quick and proactive as opposed to being reactive when the ball turns over. The other part is when they get into that final third, the sharpness, the movements, and making the right decisions off the ball will be key for them to get that opening goal. But so far, so good. You're on the road. You haven't conceded too much in terms of chances against you. Your keeper hasn't had to make a save, so Wilfried Nancy will be relatively pleased with what he's seen from his side so far.
In a theme, we saw them in Portland where they played well, in Atlanta where they played well, in Cincinnati, but games they just couldn't get over the finish line. Today you have to. Rossi making the run further forward. Rossi up against Janssen, and Janssen well positioned. Actually came back off the Columbus man. What a really good game so far, Robin Janssen.
With center back, sometimes we grade them based off what we see. Right? We see him go out into a wider area, Robin Janssen, and win a 1v1 duel with Diego Rossi. We see him win headers and defend service into the box, but it's also the things that we don't see. The way that he's organizing the 2 players in front of him, the way that he's communicating with his fullbacks to keep them in line and letting them know when the cues are on to go and press the game. All that plays a massive role in how this Orlando team is organized and how they operate.
Rafael Santos. A touch inside for Angulo, who has recovered from that knock. Just on the other side of things, Oscar Pereira, his side at home, what would he have been telling his team coming into the second half?
Similar things that we've been saying is that Mauricio Pereira has to get more involved. He had a career year in terms of assists, 12 assists in the regular season.
Angulo trying to make that run in behind. Camacho with the cover.
And the more that they can get him involved, the more that it frees up the other attacking players. Facundo Torres on one side, Ivan Angulo on the opposite side. Now look, they can win the ball higher up the pitch. We've seen that with their counter press, the way they press Columbus higher up the pitch and force turnovers in that way. But in the run of play, when they're trying to build on the back, they need to find their talisman, their number 10, to not only open up the game, but to also get Duncan McGuire going. He's still been quiet so far in this second half as well.
Two of the goal scorers the last time these two sides met are on the bench for Orlando today. Martin Ojeda and Ramiro Enrique, who had the double, that dramatic late winner. So there is firepower to call upon Christian Ramirez on the other side of things. More of a classic number 9, as that is a late challenge. Now finally are we going to see a yellow card? I would say Cartagena has earned every bit of that yellow across the course of these 55 minutes.
Referee John Friedman said enough is enough. Cartagena has been caught a few times in the second half alone, but in the first half he had himself quite a few fouls in the center of the pitch there. This time it's the late challenge on Matan that earns his name in the book.
Emphasis on earns his name.
Oh, he earned that.
Yeboah. Pressure by Thorhalsen. Those two have cancelled each other out. Lovely turn from Morris. He's shot from distance already tonight. Is he going to go again? Instead, he plays it in for Cucho. Rossi. Narrow right now for the crew. Yeboah. Cucho. Give and go. Looking for it with Morris. Appeals for a handball. Still appealing. Schlegel was the defender involved. Rossi, Morris, Cucho. Yeboah going narrow again. That forces Cucho to come out and reset.
But that narrowness, you get it. You know why they want to be narrow, is because they can play them little quick one-touch passes, Columbus. But what it also does now is it makes it a little bit easier for Orlando to defend them. Now you can have one player covering two or cutting off a passing lane while pressing the ball, as opposed when they incorporate a little bit more width at times. Now you're going to draw a fullback out. Now that space centrally is a little bit wider and a little bit more visible to play into.
Cucho whipping that delivery in. Rafael Santos connecting. Moreira, look how high the centre-back is right now. Loses out. Can Orlando take advantage? A lot of space for Torres on this far side. 2v2 for now. Torres, Maguire on the overlap. Torres going inside. Finds Maguire. Is he onside? He elects to let it go. And then turns to his teammate to say, now Paul's got to come a little bit quicker.
This is a massive opportunity wasted by Orlando. That's the dream scenario that you want. You want Duncan Maguire, you want Facundo Torres, 2v2 against two center backs from Columbus, but Orlando are a little bit slow in the way that they try to take advantage of that situation. In the end, it's an overcooked pass. Just killed what should have been and could have been the opening goal in this match.
I don't know if Maguire went a little bit early as well and might have been offside.
The ball seemed like it had a little bit too much pace on it as well.
Yeboah. Matan. Yeboah. Morris. Matan. Cucho. And Rossi right at the goalkeeper. Lovely movement from the crew front three.
You saw the conversation there between the right back Thorhalsen and Facundo Torres. Thorhalsen saying, I need help here. The movement off the ball from Columbus is forcing Thorhalsen to be dragged into different spaces. Watch Thorhalsen at the ball on your screen. He doesn't know if he can go play this ball or not. And as things get circulated back around, there's just that freedom. No one knows who's picking up Diego Rossi. In the end, he doesn't get enough purchase or power on his shot to really test out Gillespie in goal.
And just on that Torres and Maguire break, it has been that final ball that's been lacking for Orlando so far. Not going to get too many chances like that. That was a missed opportunity. Foul by Cartagena again. Play continues. Marcy continuing his run. Cucho, edge of the penalty area, gets a yard, goes for goal. Schlegel in the line of the shot. Another chance, delivery towards the far post. Halsen, really clever touch from the right back to just take it out of the path of Yayaboa.
I just love Cucho's ability to create a shot out of nothing. Center of your screen there, through a pack of players. He's able to just take that first touch into his stride, elude a couple players with that first touch and still get his shot off. Schlegel does a good job for Orlando to get the deflection.
And the referee having a word with a couple of Orlando players. I think Cartagena was one of them. He is really walking that tightrope right now. I wonder if Oscar Pereira is thinking about that in his decision-making from the bench. Good header clear. Maguire. Angulo. Torres, and Morris gets there first. Nagby. Looks like Martin Ojeda's one player getting ready. Not uncommon for him to be used off the bench this season. Camacho. Morera. Tan, nice little run to get in possession, then he goes forward again. Rossi. Yaboa. Rossi. Yaboa lets him run. Yaboa the option if he wants to come back out. Finds Yaboa. Ross takes a deflection. Cucho trying to get position. He was just trying to corral it in. We've seen him do that before this season. Janssen. Morera trying to press on Angulo. Really good from the Columbus crew, right-sided centre-back. Morera. Cucho off Yaboa. And Camacho on that second ball again. This is coming back too quickly now for Orlando's liking.
Columbus doing a really good job of not just the first wave, but the way they're keeping these plays alive.
Yaboa going inside, and Janssen comes across to clear. Can Maguire hold this one up? He can't. Nagby. He did well, though, Maguire, to get back in and make it really difficult for Nagby. Here's Maguire up against Camacho. And he's forced out of play again. Really good from Rudy Camacho, the centre-back.
Rudy Camacho has had himself a game so far. Such small details. You know, that ball gets played over the top to Duncan Maguire. Straight away, he puts his arms up as a center-back saying, hey, I'm not making contact. And then it's almost like a little bit of deception to draw your eyes. Well, oh, okay, he's not going to foul him. And then he gets close enough to just force Duncan Maguire to take a poor touch and win back possession.
And it is Cartagena who comes out. Ojeda is going to come on. We expect him to go out wide. There's going to be a rejig, a reshuffle. Angulo looks like he's come to the left, but you have to do that, right, with Cartagena on such a tight rope with how many fouls he's been involved in.
The interesting part now is the player that's come off is a defensive midfielder. The player that's come on is an attacking player, so that's going to drop Pereira back one line. So he's going to be the one partner now with Cesar Araujo in the midfield for Orlando City.
See if Torres goes central, perhaps. Cucho. See if that opens Orlando up a little bit as well. Natan going out wide. Farsi. Rossi trying to get it back for Farsi.
It's an interesting move from Oscar Pereira because Mauricio Pereira doesn't have the same defensive qualities as a Cartagena, but this might be the way to get him on the ball a little bit more. Playing higher up the pitch as a number 10, kind of was caught in between the game, never really found a chance to put his stamp on the game. Maybe playing a line deeper will get him on the ball more and allow him to orchestrate the attack for Orlando.
Ball out wide. Natan. Back from Morera. Morris. Morera needs no invitation to keep his run going. Rafael Santos knocking in out of play. Columbus certainly in the ascendancy at this moment in the match. and they make it count. Santos, that one blocked and out of play. The MLS Cup playoffs presented by Audi continue later tonight. Cincinnati hosting the Philly Union for the second spot in the Eastern Conference Final. Coverage starts in about an hour from now, right here on MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. Orlando just taking a little bit of the pace out of the game right now and just trying to stem that tide, because Columbus really were pressing. But again, as you mentioned, Mo, Orlando have shown they can win in so many different ways.
Straight away, you're starting to see Pereira get on the ball more. Now you have Facundo Torres playing as a number 10 more centrally.
Maguire trying to hold that one up, and he's giving it away cheaply. Rossi, counter-attack on. Lovely skill from Rossi. Matan trying to make the run on the outside. Rossi finds Matan, edge of the penalty area. Rossi went down. He's back on his feet now. Out wide, chance to go for goal, and that one's blocked by Janssen. Who else? And here comes Ojeda, the substitute. And again, they give it away cheaply, although they get it back quickly this time. Halsen. We've seen those scrappy moments for Orlando throughout this match. Ojeda, Maguire, and this man Angulo look to be the front three right now. Halsen, Angulo. Ojeda staying far on that left. He has 6 goals and 10 assists on the season, Ojeda. 24 appearances, but 18 of those off the bench. Nice ball out wide. Santos, he's got 3 inside the area. 4th arriving in for Halsen. Torres. The tap. Moreira. Farsi. Farsi, good driving run. He's got options on this far side. Ball played down the middle. Real opportunity for Rossi in behind. What a challenge.
The commitment and the desire from this Orlando side defensively has been everything. Watch Rossi center of your screen, number 10. This is a well-played ball. First touch is great, but Tor Halsen's commitment and desire to not give up on the play, to track down Diego Rossi, who thinks he has daylight here, who thinks he's going to open the scoring here at Exploria Stadia. But the challenge from Tor Halsen is everything. Massive play to put out a fire from Orlando's standpoint.
Araujo. Angulo.
You almost broke my arm there thinking we were going to get that opening goal.
Well, Tor Halsen did everything he possibly could to get back in. Could perhaps argue that Rossi could have been a little bit quicker to get the shot off, but take nothing away from the defending. $11 goals in the first 2 meetings, nothing separating them tonight.
I didn't even get a chance to talk about how well that play was created by Columbus because I was just so impressed.
Rossi lines one up, and that one a couple of yards over. Gotta say, not happy with how much space he was given.
But Diego Rossi, center of your screen there. One of the things we've seen from this Columbus side, not only in this game, but throughout the course of this season, is their willingness to take chances on from distance. If you don't close them down, they are more than comfortable to not only try chances from deep, but to score goals from deep. We saw that in the last round against Atlanta United. This time, Diego Rossi can't hit the target.
Ojeda. Right for Janssen. the outlet in Thorhalsen. Yeboah, good pressure. Worth reminding as well, we do have extra time tonight and penalties. It will be decided. Back to the one-off matches. Back to extra time as well. That'll play a part as well in the strategy substitution-wise for teams. As mentioned, Ramiro Enrique, he is going to come on. The man who won with that late winner last time these two sides met. Angulo. Thorhalsen. Junior Urso is going to come on as well. Is that Oscar Pereira saying he's not happy with the way things are going right now on the field for his team?
That's usually the reasoning behind some of these subs, but that's also you're bringing in Junior Urso, a player who has experience, a little bit more experience, and then you need some freshness. It's not working so far, so you get some fresh legs on the pitch as well to try to change things up. Ramiro Enrique has shown against his opponent as well that he can come into a game and he can change the way a game's going.
We're hearing it's going to be Pereira and Duncan Maguire who come out. And Araujo, not happy that decision's gone against him.
Saw it there, John Freeman counted out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Araujo's got to be clever though, because a lot of these fouls that he's committing are in reaction, in response to him feeling like his side has been hard done by a call not going their way. So it makes it a little bit easier for John Freeman to blow the whistle, because it's a reactionary challenge that's come in, retaliation almost.
So these changes, Duncan Maguire, he had a wonderful season, but hasn't really kicked into gear in playoffs so far, Mo.
Duncan Maguire, he's struggled to find a way to make his impression and really guide this team and lead the line for this Orlando side the way that he did in the regular season. For a young player, though, these are moments that you're going to learn from, you're going to grow from. Mauricio Pereira, one of their DPs, their captain for Orlando City, exit the pitch as well, and on a night where he knows that he could have done more and contributed more to their side.
Ramiro Enrique, just 4 goals on the season, but 2 of those came in that epic 4-3 matchup. Again, a player that was almost exclusively used off the bench. Junior Urso, a big piece of this team not so long ago before he left, and he's had to take that bit part role since returning. Not a bad player to have coming off your bench, experienced. Rossi. Morris, Yeboah. Yeboah trying to open up. Cuts inside, Thorhalsen. Little chip towards the far post, and I feel Santos, good header into midfield. Urso. Angulo, well read. Amundsen. Haven't seen those breaks from Angulo that we saw in the first 45. Morris. Also back for Aidan Morris. Ramiro Enrique has gone as that number 9. Morris. Yeboah with that, inviting cross in, Cucho, and again it's Janssen with him every step of the way.
I absolutely love this game. I love the movement from Cucho to attack that near post, but equally as much, watch at the top of your screen. It's Cucho making that near post run, but look at Robin Janssen, the defender there. Just times it perfectly. Patient as you can be, anticipation, and then just good defending. Good play all around.
Yeah, heavyweight clash between 2 of the very best in MLS. Rossi, he's got Matan coming across if he wants to go short. They've only got 1 defender, Orlando. They come out to Morris. He goes all the way back to Farsi. I think we've gone beyond the scripted part here for the crew. Maybe not. Rossi. Yeboah goes down. Urso. And Torres. A little bit of space here for Angulo. And a little bit of miscommunication between Facundo Torres, and he's forced all the way back, and he has to play that one to Janssen. Ojeda. Araujo. Schlegel. Closing in on final 15 minutes of action here. Second and third seeds in the East going head-to-head for a place in the conference final, and nothing can separate them. Janssen, he has been outstanding today. Schlegel. Good little run in behind Enrique, and he's a little bit unlucky there, the striker. Came off his back. He breached that rear guard with the movement. Torres. Thorhalsen. Plenty inside the area of the cross, and the header knocked out for the corner. That was better from Orlando.
Ramiro Enrique coming into the game and straight away making his presence felt. Did well to initially get in behind the back line, but takes his eye off the ball. But Thorhalsen keeps the play alive, puts a ball into the box, and yet again it's Camacho putting it out for a corner kick.
Whipped in towards the near post, comfortable defensively for the crew. Thorhalsen knocking that one out of play for the throw. And Cucho wants to take quickly, and Thorhalsen does well again getting back in. You talked about that commitment defensively.
I want to see the GPS monitor for all these players tonight, because I mean the work rate, the amount of energy that's being burned from both sides, on both sides of the ball, to be fair. Because as much as Orlando will take Columbus will take chances and get forward, commit numbers forward, they're also leaving it all out there in terms of getting back and recovering. And then Orlando, the same thing. The amount of shots that have come in that they've just thrown bodies in front of. And
challenge from Morris again. I mean, it's both sides really. Angulo stares down, but Morris just committed to making that defensive action. Now the ball in behind, and that might be a red card. Rossi looked like he was in behind. Schlegel pulled him back. There was no other defender. Second yellow, he's off. I don't think you can have too many complaints about that one.
No complaint whatsoever. We mentioned early on when Schlegel picked up that yellow card in the first half that this is the area that you got to try to exploit, take advantage of. You have a center back on a yellow card, but this starts because there's no pressure on Cucho. No pressure on the ball. That allows Cucho to pick his head up and see his options. And Diego Rossi, he just gambles. He says, "What? You know what? I'm going to run it behind this back line, see if a pass can pick me out." Schlegel's beat on the play and forced into making a play. Just drags down Diego Rossi, second yellow card, and he's off.
A couple of the players pointing towards the big monitor in the stadium, suggesting there was a foul at the other end. But again, you could clearly see both arms. Schlegel pulls him back. And difficult when you're chasing Columbus crew the way they play with the full number on the field. Perhaps no surprise we see substitution up immediately. Antonio Carlos, who has perhaps laid claim to being that first choice earlier on in the season. He comes in at centre-back. He will come in at centre-back. He's going to be sacrificed. The first thing they'll have to deal with is this set piece. Morris and Rossi both over this one. Rossi towards that far post, delivered back across. Superb technique to find Matan on that far side, and nobody attacking that space inside the 6 for Columbus. Superbly worked free kick.
It was. When that ball gets played wide to Matan, he puts it back into a really dangerous area, but players centrally from Columbus just seem to be not on the same page. No one really making that near post run to try to attack and finish off that cross.
Matan making another run in behind. For now, it's Ursa who's back there at centre-back. A couple of changes coming. Smith is also going to come on at right-back.
And it doesn't look good for Orlando because Araujo seems like he's struggling. You see him next to John Freeman there. He was bent over, kind of stretching there. Don't know if that's just tactically trying to slow the game down to allow a sub to come on, or if he really needs treatment.
Carl Smith and Antonio Carlos. And the potential as well for extra time incoming too. Angulo is going to come off. Well, Rafael Santos is going to be the other one coming off. Araujo is still in an ongoing battle here with the referee. You have to be careful as well. Kucher coming out wide alongside Yeboah. Back for Kucher. Morris. Morera. Nagby. Nagby back for Camacho. Every outfield player in the Orlando half of the field right now. Amundsen. Morris. Morera. Camacho, lovely ball. Matan, patient approach. Farsi. Matan, Morera now on the overlap. Chance to cross if he wants. Takes the touch, delivers in. Kucher acrobatic and well over.
I mean, the audacity of Cucho. Good patience from Columbus to really utilize the width of this pitch, circulating the ball, creating overloads in the wide area. And when it finally falls to Morera, just puts a ball into a dangerous area, and everyone in purple gets caught ball watching. It's just Cucho there. Sees the ball the whole way through, makes the contact, but not enough to really try to force a save out of Gillespie in goal.
And now we'll see that rejig. Antonio Carlos gives you that natural centre-back again.
In a weird way, this last spell, Orlando will, especially now that they're down a man, if that's the chance that Columbus is going to settle for, they'll be okay with that. Cucho trying an overhead kick, it's going to, they're basically saying it's going to take something incredibly spectacular to break this deadlock right now.
You can see a lot of instructions being brought by Antonio Carlos. Value, Carl Smith has gone to left back. Araujo and Ursa just in front. 4-2-3, perhaps.
When they have the ball.
Yeah, if they have the ball. What are these games like, Mo, when you're coming down to the final few minutes? 0-0, the tension there. Do you feel that tension on the field?
You do, and this is when you have to be hyper-focused, because it's the smallest mistake on either end that will cost you. Columbus can't be lackadaisical in possession. They can't be slow in possession now. Now they have the advantage. Move the ball quicker, because you have Orlando players now. There'll be some heavy legs in the midfield. There'll be some tired legs, but it's the mental part of the game where you have to be switched on, because all it takes is you not tracking your runner one time for that final ball to be played in, and you're now down a goal.
Well, 5 of the 10 are fresh legs, all brought on in the second half. Rossi. Yeboah. Morris. Farsi making a good run on that far side. Morera, look how advanced he's been since the red card.
Farsi was in on that top of the screen there.
Yeboah tested that line but came back to get it to feet. Up against O'Halson, trying to come inside, forcing them back that little bit deeper. Morris, little touch, Farsi feels that little contact from Smith, who's just come on, the former Louisville City man. Matan. Nagby. Cucho. Nagby, back for Cucho. Look how deep that defensive line is. Yeboah. 6 straight wins for Orlando. The last 2 in particular, they've had to grit and grind to get those results against Nashville. Munson. Yeboah just couldn't get beyond Halton and their help defender. You can see Carlos after he cleared that saying everybody up. Yeboah. And they drop off again. Morris, Morera. Matan. Possession in front of that Orlando rear guard, but not penetrating or getting in behind as of yet. Yeboah, that cross in. And Ojeda completely missed that clearance. Farsi. Matan wants a defeat, said Farsi. We'll come back to Morera. Rossi tries a little flick in over the top, but not much space to really maneuver there, and it's out of play for the goal kick.
There's at times where Columbus have to be smart in terms of utilizing the width, because you clearly see that they want to play centrally. They want to get their attacking trio centrally in little combinations and flicks, but the more that they're able to stretch the game out and draw some of those central figures out of the midfield of Orlando into wide areas, now those gaps are bigger for their 3 up front to play in. For Orlando, though, it's about just staying compact as much as possible. You're moving in tandem with each other. The player next to you is covering your backspace that you may be blind to. A lot of communication from Orlando has to go on now. They try to see this final 4 minutes plus stoppage time out.
LSA, Carlos getting a little bit of a touch on it. Amundsen. Ojeda's going to try and put a little bit of pressure here on Schulte. It quickly goes long. Janssen underneath it. And he gets a little bit of a push there from Rossi, wins the free kick. Orlando has to strike that balance, don't they, of sitting deep and offering, when they can, something on the counter.
Oscar Pereira had to be strategic in the subs he made, though, as well, because yes, you need to take off. You had to sacrifice an attacking player to bring Antonio Carlos into that back line, but you still need players who are capable of individual brilliance and something special from an individual standpoint, because that's what it might take now that you're down a man.
We'll see. Matan in a battle there with Smith. Smith does well. Just got position on Alexandru Matan.
Position, and he got fresh legs. Kyle Smith just came into the game and said, "Oh, you want to race? All right."
You good to go extra time as well tonight?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was stretching. I'm ready to go. Put me in.
So, back for Janssen.
But this game has seen late drama. We've seen late goals in both fixtures between these two sides early in the season, so.
Lovely little nutmeg in midfield by Facundo Torres. Ramiro Enrique, in fact. And for Halson, taken down, and the free kick will go against Morris. And no surprise to see the Orlando coaches, they've had a red card there. Working the referees here as well a little bit. And the fans letting John Freeman know what they would like to see.
The fans, they're vocal, of course, but Aiden Morris has to be smart here. You got away without a card. You got to just walk away. This is where the emotional part that Wilfred Nancy talked about, the importance of that part, is starting to set in. Don't let the excitement and the moment of this game get to you, and don't be wound into a trap set by Orlando.
Set pieces have played a part in both matchups this year. A long ball towards the far post, Cucho with the clearance. Set pieces may offer the best opportunity for Orlando, particularly late on. They still have numbers forward here. Ball towards Smith. Trying to take on Farsi. Farsi wins it back, and now Smith very advanced.
They can pick their head up. Yep. Cucho is in.
Right on the halfway line. Good pick out though as well from Farsi to find Yeboah. Rossi further forward.
It'll be interesting to see now with Fernanzi. They've yet to make a sub, Columbus. So in transition, as we're screaming for them to get forward and play that initial ball, sometimes tired legs play a role into that as well.
Morera, back for Cucho. Nearing 6 minutes at the end of this one. Stoppage time. Quite say for Orlando to hold on. They've looked comfortable in the defensive shape since going down a man. Schulte. Camacho, he took a long time over that, and Ramiro Enrique pressuring him. Araujo. Enrique wisely just letting that one go. He was coming back from an offside position. Wilfred Nancy, arms outstretched, wondering what on earth his team was doing there.
But this is where Orlando can see a wounded animal in some ways, because as you're looking around at the players in yellow, a lot of tired legs. Steven Morera struggling to get back defensively. When the ball turns over for Columbus higher up the pitch, there's not that same collective aggressiveness to recover that we saw early on in this game. So if Orlando can be calculated, man, and pick their moments to get forward, there can be spots to exploit.
Tan, just behind Farsi. Morera tries to thread that one through. Rossi with a good run. Janssen again goes across and denies him. And Stez up as well. Matan, and another good challenge. Well, if you're a defensive purist, you've enjoyed this one tonight.
It's been absolutely, this game has been incredible. The defending in the box, especially, it's not just the midfield plays, the midfield challenges, the physicality. No, it's the desire and the commitment to do some really, really disciplined 1v1 defending in your own box from Orlando. That's been impressive.
Rossi. They've gone short in a number of these set pieces. Morera back for Rossi, and the flag goes up against him. They haven't had much success on the set pieces, Columbus, but they have persisted with it.
It's honestly been such a chess match. Every time you think that that final pass has been played in and Columbus has the edge, we take a look at this play here. Morera picks that final pass, and now it's 1v1. Robin Janssen, he gets sat down, gets back up, and he's just now patient again. Discipline. Look at Araujo, number corner kick.
And I say no surprise, getting everybody forward. Not playing out of the back, not playing into the pressure. Ramiro Enrique's put himself about since coming on. Janssen. He knows what it's like to score a stoppage time winner against the Crew. That front three getting really narrow. Fernando Torres leading it. Ojeda going out wide now. Schulte, here comes Ramiro Enrique again, and Schulte had to be quick. Nagby. Fernando Torres goes down, referee says play on. Yeboah. Fernando Torres is back up on his feet. Yeboah. Farsi. Rossi. Matan. standing up against Janssen, and again, referee says no free kick. That time it looked like Janssen had a bit of a nibble there. Cucho. I wonder how much all that travel to South America is playing on him. Back with the national team, and 90 and the potential for 30 more. Unless he decides to conjure up something here. Cucho. Here is Nagbe inside the area. And you guessed it, Janssen.
That handball just bailed Columbus out there. A little bit sloppy on that exchange between Schulte, and then Amundsen just plays a hopeful ball right into the path of Junior Urso, but handball just denies the opportunity.
Yeboah. Morris. Little flick from Moreira, and Galasé comes out quickly, and Nagbe was the closest to it. You just feel as well, not just the Orlando fans, but the players, they don't mind being the underdogs, they don't mind being the side that people write off. Record-breaking season, but not many people's pick to go all the way. And this one falls for Torres, ball in behind, Ojeda!
This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say you cannot switch off mentally. Rudy Camacho, number 4, just heads his ball blindly into the pathway of Facundo Torres. Martin Ojeda, fresh legs off the bench, trying to pick out that far post. But just watch how casual this header is from Rudy Camacho. Normally, he's been so good tonight. Dominated everything aerially, won all his 1v1 duels, and he almost becomes the villain for Columbus and supplying an opportunity, a golden opportunity for Orlando to find the lead.
Well, right now, these fans are the 11th man. Absolutely electric. They know the team are a man down and they're trying to make up for it. But that's a chance Ojeda will want back every time. What a gilt-edged goal-scoring opportunity to end the Cruise season. That will be the final action. Mo, you described it as a chess match. That's exactly what we've seen. And it gets even deeper now. Down a man, Orlando, but still hanging in there. Your thoughts on the 90 minutes?
Wow, I'm tired. I feel like I was out on the pitch just chasing shadows as well, but this has been an incredible display from both sides because Columbus have done a good job of getting themselves into the situations they want, getting Cucho on the ball in and around the 18, getting runs in behind the back line of Orlando, but Orlando's commitment to defending, and I don't mean just individual defending, I mean collective defending. The way that they track back, the way that they're disciplined in 1v1 situations in and around the 18 has been admirable, and then they almost found a way just before that final whistle to steal a victory here at home. We'll see both managers getting a chance now to impose some wisdom on their sides, and for Wilfried Nancy, he'll be thinking, what is it going to take to crack this scoreline?
And maybe a couple of changes as well. His men have gone the distance here. We will have 2 15-minute extra times. We will have penalties if needed today. But Mo, we've seen this so many times. A team going down a man, and they almost look galvanized by that. How do you find that collective spirit to make up for the fact that you're down a man?
That's exactly what it is. You become galvanized and you become even more collective. You know, listen, we're now up against it. Where the odds are stacked against us, I have to do that extra running for the man next to me. I have to be communicating. Maybe I'm a quieter person. I have to find that voice and communicate with the man next to me. And the one thing, this is where playing at home really becomes an advantage and helpful in these moments because they're going to be Orlando's going to be feeding off the energy of this crowd. This crowd has found their voice and they have lifted them up in these dying 15 minutes or so where they had that red card. But ultimately, from a Columbus standpoint, first of all, I'll be interested to see if any fresh legs come onto the pitch. But if not, they have to be so smart in possession because all it takes is just that one moment of casualness, one moment of tired legs and tired thigh that can expose you. And it looks like we will be seeing a couple of changes. Looks like Sean Zawadzki and Christian Ramirez are getting stripped and prepared to come on for Columbus.
Just going back, Mo, to the red card decision. It was pretty cut and dry in terms of why it was already on a yellow as well.
It's an obvious call. But the play starts because Cucho Hernandez has time and space to pick his head up. Diego Rossi does a good job of running off the ball, and Rodrigo Schlegel, he had a good game himself alongside Robin Janssen in that back line for Orlando, but he gets exposed for pace and sees this as an opportunity that he can't pass up in terms of dragging down Diego Rossi. So he denies the goal, but he has to exit the game, and if they do advance, he'll be missing the next one as well.
Just on Christian Ramirez, you mentioned him. We saw him play a big part towards the mid part of the season for Columbus, but he's fallen out of favor recently. What can he bring to this attack that can help them get that goal and take advantage of that extra man?
First of all, Christian Ramirez is a different profile than the likes of Cucho, the likes of Matan, and the likes of Diego Rossi. And he's also shown that he fits into this system. He's got 8 goals, 4 assists on the season so far for this crew side, but when he comes into the game, it's now a different profile. If they want to put service into the box, they have a true number 9 kind of presence to go and attack and challenge Robin Janssen and Antonio Carlos in the box.
Time for us to get a collective breath as well. The fans have delivered, and perhaps not the goals that we saw in match 1 and match 2 of these two sides, but it has had the entertainment, that's for sure. We take a look at the expected goals number, a lot higher for Columbus Crew, and they did have that spell, Mo, in the second half where they really looked like they were knocking on the door.
Columbus have been coming closer and closer and closer to finding the back of the net, but a lot of those chances in the box have been denied by last-ditch efforts, some good defending, Orlando just throwing their body on the line to deny Gillespie even being tested out in goal. And then you give credit to Pedro Gillespie in goal, because in the first half, he was called upon to make a couple massive saves to keep his side in the game.
We've seen crazy playoff drama inside this stadium before. You think back to 2020 and Orlando taking on NYCFC and the bizarre penalty shootout that day. We're not there yet, but Orlando, the backs against the wall, have shown us that they can deliver.
Martin Ojeda off the bench, huh? He had that moment, didn't he? That was almost the dream scenario that Oscar Pareja would have drawn up. Subbing my DP, we're down a man, we get one look and it falls to his foot.
Long ball forward and Munson underneath it, and again Ramiro Enrique highly energized off the bench. Ramirez on from Matan, so very different look up front. Although we have seen Ramirez dropping in and play as one of the two in behind, which is where he is now. Corner kick here for Orlando to begin this first half of extra time. Ojeda towards the near post, not fully cleared. Halson opened up and there was an angle to go for goal, but he blasts it well over. And the referee not happy that. Goal kick was taken with the ball moving. Christian Ramirez is now in that central striker role. Looks like Cucho going up alongside him as well. Rossi. Yeboah making the run inside. Rossi holding on to it. Rossi trying to thread that one through for Christian Ramirez. Torres out as far as Moreira. Nagbe. Christian Ramirez, 8 goals and 4 assists on the season. 30 appearances. Rossi. Araujo. Tried to knock it out of play off Yeboah. It's actually worked out even better for him. Helson. He goes down, again no free kick, and Yeboah. Cucho on the turn. Ramirez making the run further forward. Farsi opens up, could go for goal here if he wants to. Instead he goes for Rossi. And again, excellent defending by Araujo. Good win back by Morris. They've given it away. Now he's in behind. Can he get the cross in? It's off the goalkeeper, it's in! Christian Ramirez with the instant impact off the bench and the crew lead.
What a way to introduce yourself to the game. We talk about the role of super subs. Christian Ramirez just into the game, and straight away, that might have been his first touch, puts the Columbus Crew up 1-0. But this play starts with a duel between two 22-year-olds. Cesar Araujo does so well from Orlando standpoint. Watch how this play develops. Number 5 in purple, he's gonna make his way higher up the pitch and cut out this play. He's tracking the play, does well to shoulder the challenge there, but now Aiden Morris comes back into the play, and it's him who wins that challenge. And now Orlando's exposed. Christian Ramirez, good moving off the box. And it's a little bit unfortunate how it finds him at the back post, but it's Christian Ramirez just putting himself into a dangerous area to get rewarded. But what a challenge by Aiden Morris to open up this play, the counter press to put Columbus back on the front foot. And they finally reward their hard work, their creativity. And the goal that they score is actually not the most prettiest goal, but it's more of a rugged goal, but they'll take it as they find themselves up 1-0 here at Exploria Stadium.
If you've ever got to meet Christian Ramirez, he's not short on confidence. He knows his ability in front of goal. And he just threw himself into that 6-yard box. The minute it came off Galassi, he was first to react. And a massive moment. And Moreira is going to come off here. Zawadzki coming on.
This is just a fresh legs on the pitch. Steven Moreira has put in an absolute shift as that right center back. And you saw at the tail end of regulation time, struggling in transition moments to get back defensively. So Wilfred Nancy, clever, smart, recognizing the moments in this game, brings on some fresh legs, and Sean Zawadzki, who's been an able servant to this side throughout the course of this season.
We spoke with Wilfred Nancy very early in the reign of, oh, that's a late challenge. I'm going to be careful here, the Orlando players. Very early in the Christian Ramirez career at Columbus, he said, look, he's the perfect signing. What he brings to us in the attack, we know he can score goals. And in moments like this, maybe no better player to have coming off the bench. Mo, on the other side of things now, Orlando have to score. They have to be going for broke. How do they find that balance against the Columbus side who can pick you apart?
Well, Orlando's going to have to lean heavily, again, on the individual brilliance of some of their attacking players. Ramiro Enrique's come on and he's thrown himself around. He's held the ball up well in certain moments. But this is when you rely on, you go out and you spend big money and you expect big results. Facundo Torres has to step up in this moment. Martino Ojeda has to step up in this moment. Cesar Araujo, he has, left it all on the pitch. He's almost playing in the center of the park for Orlando from in a solo position at times, being left on an island, isolated, having to put in so many challenges. The players around him have to start contributing a little bit more, but you have to gamble. You got to gamble and you got to take your chances. This is also an interesting test for Columbus. We talk and celebrate the way that Orlando can see out games 1-0. I don't know if Columbus necessarily want to see out a game 1-0, but...
Well, this is the issue. They haven't been able to see out these kind of games.
Exactly.
Ojeda. Zawadzki.
But because the nature of this game is a winner-go-home scenario, it'll be interesting to see if Columbus can manage that. Manage the emotion and the desire at times to just go gamble and go for that second goal and be calculated with when you go and find that second goal.
Maybe finding Farsi. They're playing themselves into a bit of mischief here. Ojeda trying to get a run on it, and Wilfred Nancy's come out a couple of times, both arms outstretched in the air. His side haven't dealt with having that man up particularly well towards the end of the 90 minutes, and struggle there again trying to play out. Nice touch from Yabart. Cucho, good battle with Antonio Carlos. Really good defending from the centre-back. Janssen. Just get the sense there's more drama to come in this one. Araujo. All of a sudden it's Orlando probing with possession. Columbus with the more defensive posture. Torres. The ball in behind. Ramiro Enrique making a really good run. He's onside. Halsen, a pullback if he wants it. Enrique's going to go to the line. Chip delivery. Schulte just pushes it out. And the clearance completed by Morris. But again, Ramiro Enrique's been excellent since coming on.
Ramiro Enrique, he's finding so much joy with those runs in behind Amundsen on that right-hand side. He starts centrally and then just makes a curled run in behind Amundsen, and he's been caught blinded a couple times, and there he goes again.
And yeah, it's the same area, and Enrique getting to it first. If there is a way back, he's looking the most likely for Orlando. Oh, Halsen. Araujo. Carlos. Janssen. Pressure coming out, but it's a little bit slower to arrive, and Orlando having good spells of possession here. Can they generate a chance from it? Up is the shout from Wilfred Nancy. Smith in for Araujo. Carlos. Fernando Torres. Antonio Carlos. For Halsen. Really good from Orlando. Junior Urso. Again they have runners. Little ball played in behind. Real opportunity. What a save! How does Schulte keep that one out?
This build-up is incredible, though, from Orlando. The running off the ball. Watch the run. Center of your screen. Kyle Smith just comes in from the blind side and catches Sean Zawadski sleeping. But Patrick Schulte hasn't had a save to make all night. And it's just a kick save to deny Orlando equalizing.
Now they deal with the corner, and is that going to be another set piece? It is. Columbus are wobbling here. A goal up and a man up, but on the back foot. In Nagby. It's so calm.
Cucho's in.
Farsi, and we're right next to some of the Columbus Crew staff. You heard what they wanted. Play Cucho. Ojeda, and that one takes a deflection, and again they're playing into this, the Crew. Another corner for the hosts.
And you see Christian Ramirez, well, you see Mo Farsi now, but Christian Ramirez was screaming at Mo Farsi to play that ball because Cucho was just hanging out at the halfway line. A second goal, that cushion goes a long way to ease your nerves and the tension in these dying moments of this game.
Left-footed delivery, and the header from Antonio Carlos well over.
Columbus got to take a deep breath. Take a collective pause now, because momentum has shifted as you see Antonio Carlos rising pretty uncontested, but his jump was just a little bit too early, so he's catching the ball as he's on his way down. But Wilfred Nancy will be telling his side, relax, calm down, take a deep breath, regain a hold of this game.
How easy is it to get that message across right now with the atmosphere in this stadium?
What? Yeah, the noise is getting deafening again in here, and you love that. To be honest with you, I used to love playing in away stadiums. I love playing at home, obviously, but playing in away stadiums where the fans are really passionate and getting on top of you. There's something about going into that kind of stadium and silencing the crowd.
And Ramirez is going to give away the free kick. He just tried to back into Antonio Carlos and trying to almost sell that one to the referee, but John Freeman's had a really good game. And Camacho, and again the referee says no. Schulte put in the pressure. There is some nervous tension on the field for Columbus Crew right now. You can feel it.
Camacho might have got away with one.
Orlando bench was absolutely furious. They're giving it away again. Ojeda. Ramiro Enrique making the run in behind. Ramiro Enrique. Schulte comes out and does really well. What a display by the goalkeeper in this first half of extra time.
This is one of the most difficult things is, so watch Yaya Ball on the left-hand side. Just that little lazy pass. Because of how Columbus want to play, you need to be mentally switched on. And when you have just even the slightest bit of fatigue, a missed pass by a couple inches, a missed pass by a foot, and now you're giving an opportunity to Orlando to go the opposite way. We saw that there with Yaboa's loose pass.
Yevhen Sheberko is getting ready to come on. So a centre back.
These are the time in games where you want to be more secure with your possession. So sometimes,
For Halson, he was about to throw the ball. He's furious that that call's gone against him. Everybody on the Orlando bench is up as well. That's going to be a yellow card for the Halson. You think he has a point?
I don't think he has too much of a point. When you see the replay, it looks like he's kicked over the ball and caught Aiden Morris, but his reaction is what's earned him the yellow card. But you can understand his frustration, especially if you don't think that a foul has been committed. But you see the foul there. Aiden Morris puts his foot on top of the ball and Torhalson strikes through. And again, the yellow card is because of his reaction, not for the actual foul.
Moreira is up, giving instructions to Cheberko, so one centre back to another. Cucho, a second goal would essentially seal it. Rossi, Ramirez making the run, Farsi, a lot of space. What a great ball to him.
Oh, Rossi kills the playoff there. He had two options. He could have played in Christian Ramirez initially, but he waits for Mo Farsi, and then the pass is behind Mo Farsi instead of leading him into the space to take the strike on.
Well, the fans feeling that a lot of these decisions, the 50-50 decisions, are going against the hosts. We're going to have one additional. Perhaps a little bit more now with this stoppage. Vega Rossi down there, needing a little bit of attention. Perhaps a little bit of cramp there for the number 10. Couple of changes incoming now, not just Cheberko. Kevin Molina's also going to come on. Yeboah. Rossi. Couldn't keep possession. Morris. For Halson, strong play from him.
Shifted him.
And then he's given it away, and Morris, the free kick's going to go against him. Kevin Molina, a long-time Orlando City player himself. And Cheberko. Well, it's going to be Diego Rossi. We mentioned he went down with cramp. He's going to come off. And Cheberko coming on for Yeboah. Amundsen comes out to that left wing-back position, perhaps to counter what you suggested with that little ball in over the top of Amundsen that had been catching him out. But not easy, Mo, to come into a game like this.
It's not easy. You got to straight away try to match the intensity of the game, but also be sharp because things are happening around you really, really fast. And for Cheberko, He's got to lean on the players next to him as we finish the first half of extra time. We finally got that golden moment we were waiting for. Christian Ramirez, so far the hero for Columbus.
And Helton went over and he had a word with Morris. He just kind of looked back and smiled. It started off the perfect way, the Ramirez goal, but since then, Orlando have shown tremendous spirit mode.
Orlando have shifted the momentum. Normally a goal shifts the momentum in the scoring team's favor, but what a response from Orlando. They didn't wither, they didn't shy away from anything. They were even more aggressive, but this is a goal here. It starts with a challenge from Aiden Morris. Incredible challenge from the young 22-year-old to start the play off. That challenge there on Cesar Araujo, and then he gets into the 18 and just puts the ball into the box, puts it into a dangerous area, puts it into the path of where you want your number 9 to be making his run. A little bit of fortune, a deflection on the way in, but Christian Ramirez off your screen just gambles. He just gambles and puts his body on the line. He don't care how that ball finds the back of the net. All he knows is that it did, and his side is up 1-0.
And we've heard of false nines. Christian Ramirez is your classic. He's your old number 9. If that ball's going to be in the 6, he'll be in there. Scrappy goal, but a priceless goal. And now, can Columbus do what they've struggled to do all season long? Finish out a game on the road. Leading late against Atlanta towards the end of the season. Conceded in the last minute. Got themselves back into it at Portland, conceded. TQL 3-2. So many of those matches where the performance was good, but something changed. Are you seeing that here today with how they've looked a little bit wobbly defensively after scoring?
I am seeing that from Columbus, and a big part of that, minus the little blip that Rudy Camacho had, has been led by Rudy Camacho, the anchor in that back line for Columbus. The way that he's organized, the way that he's distributed the ball, the way that he's won his challenges and his duels, but it's been a collective performance from Columbus as well. And you're talking about fresh legs coming into a game of this intensity. This little stoppage right here is going to serve Shabirko well. Coming into a game, now he has a chance to kind of gather his thoughts, to take in the moment, to take in the atmosphere, digest all that, get his first touch of the ball, and look to play his way into this game. This has been fun, huh?
Oh, we're not done yet, by the way. We've seen retaken penalties, red cards and shootouts. We've seen it all inside this stadium in the playoffs. Columbus get us underway to start the final half of extra time and almost immediately play into pressure again. Camacho, Morris, again the press coming, and again they've given it away. Ramiro Enrique trying to run in behind. Torres, Ramiro Enrique on the turn! Another massive save from Schulte.
What a golden opportunity from Ramiro Enrique. I mean, the high press has been a theme to start off every single half so far in this game from Orlando City. And again, it's the high press that turns the ball over. But watch Ramiro Enrique just teetering that line, number 7 on top of your screen, and does well to get it out of his feet. Decent power on it, but it's in a comfortable area for Patrick Schulte to make the save and goal. You wanted fireworks, huh?
Oh. Almost a perfect start to this second half of extra time. Maybe that's what it is. They get in front, but they do struggle when you really push and you're direct, and they've changed the game plan a little bit, the crew, to being more defensive. They haven't managed games well this season.
Just keep in mind, we're in the 107th minute, right? And so when you play a certain brand and you're dedicated, you're married to that certain brand where it's possession, you want to build out of the back all the time, you're taking risks. A team that's desperate is a dangerous team, and right now, Orlando, they're desperate. They have nothing to lose. Whether this game finishes 1-0 or finishes 2-0, they need to find a way to go and get that equalizing goal. So they're going to put caution to the wind and take more risks than maybe normal.
Agby, Molino. That's the man you want in possession if you're Columbus. Just about gets it off his feet. Cucho, space on the far side. Perhaps a chance to go for goal. Amongst a big save. Gotta say, he has been a goal-scoring threat amongst in this season. Got forward there. And Galasay with the save. And now the break on. Again, a little bit more direct. Camacho under it. Almeida tracking down the second ball.
Those are the moments, though, you see Shabirko caught in two minds. Do I go and play that ball? Do I not? He's anticipating Amundsen getting back in position as a left wing back. Now you cough possession back over to Orlando.
Smith, Junior Urso, all action from him since coming on. Janssen. Araujo. Ojeda, cool delivery! The header towards the near post! Schulte! He just can't be beaten tonight! Out.
Are you kidding me? Patrick Schulte standing on his head.
Farsi and Nancy looked like he was going to overlap him himself there. Back for Morris.
I'm still living on that last save.
Torres might have pulled something as well there for Gundo Torres. Not walking very well.
Everyone in this stadium stood up. They thought that was it. That was the equalizing goal, and Antonio Carlos, another good interception.
He looks tired as well, Cucho Hernandez. That was a run where he just didn't come back to the ball.
I think he wanted that ball to lead him in space, to lead him beyond Antonio Carlos. Instead, it's not enough weight on it. That gives Antonio Carlos a chance to gamble. Poor giveaway.
Now, he might have a little bit more daylight to run into. And Farsi telling him, hold on. He was going to overlap, then decided not to. Comes back out through Morris. One of the rare occasions where you see Cucho be a little bit more pragmatic with his decision. Bagley. Molino, the former Orlando man. Fresh legs will certainly help with Molino there in terms of his possession. Morris, that one just taken off his foot. And a play for a Crew throw-in. And Morris is going to stay down. He boos rain down from the fans.
Let's go back to that last sequence here. Not enough pressure in the wide area, but look at the center of your screen. Ramiro Enrique's run to get in between the two center backs of Columbus is incredible. But what a save from Patrick Schulte. The reaction save, the quick extension of his foot to deny that ball sneaking into the near post is inch perfect. That's a world-class save from the young 22-year-old goalkeeper for the Columbus Crew that keeps his side, not only in this game, but keeps his side up a goal 1-0. Remember this moment, because that could be the difference between the Columbus Crew going into the Eastern Conference Final and Orlando City getting back into this game. Two 22-year-olds playing a big role in this game for the Crew. Patrick Schulte had a relatively quiet first half, didn't have much to do, but as things started to ramp up, his importance started to show a little bit more for his Columbus side, and that last save is absolutely incredible. The other 22-year-old I'm talking about is Aiden Morris, putting in challenges left, right, and center, just all energy, all action, but then also still has the savviness when he gets on the ball to make the right decision in crucial moments, a la the goal that they scored.
He's been outstanding in midfield today as well.
He has.
Chiverko goes back for Schulte and goes long with it. Antonio Carlos gets there ahead of Cucho again. Gundo Torres. Urso pressured by two, and well, I thought he'd given it away, but the referee's whistle has gone in favor of Orlando. And I think the message from the line is, let's get this one in there. Janssen. First header won by Orlando. Molino. A little bit of space for Cucho. Does he have the legs to start a counter? Farsi. Good skill from him, and he's done well to get away from Araujo. Two players tracking him down. Still has it. Really good play from Farsi. No free kick. He thought there was contact with his face. Longer ball. Camacho put under pressure by Enrique. Too much pressure. He wasn't looking at the ball as he jumped in the air.
But this is just so good by Rudy Camacho. You're going to see, as he's retreating to chase this ball, watch how he changes his body position to where he can make a proper challenge at the ball and then draw that contact from Enrique to get the call in his favor. This is top-level defending here.
We've seen Camacho at one end, Jansen at the other. Outstanding. Amundsen, Ciberco. Pressure coming again. Enrique, Schulte. He might have done more long balls in this game than he's done all season. Patrick Schulte. Needless free kick given away. Carlos trying to steal a few yards on it. LSA pushing everybody forward. Launches one down the middle. Ramiro Enrique again, he does well to challenge. Carlos. Amundsen. Verhalsen. A little over 6 minutes for Columbus to hold on, and they have been holding on. Orlando taking the game to the Crew, despite being a man down here. They know the season's on the line.
Orlando are really going for it now. Antonio Carlos playing higher up the pitch.
Halsen. Smith in a good position, but so too is Farsi. Cucho. And he's won a throw in. He does look out on his feet though, Cucho Hernandez. Oh no, now it's gone the other way. So it was given initially to Columbus. John Freeman came over and said no. Looking for that header down. And Schulte's going to milk as much time as he can right now.
Wilfred Nancy having to do a little bit of policing for his side on the sideline. Cucho Hernandez was not happy with that call, and he made his way to the touchline to have a word with the fourth official. Wilfred Nancy quickly stepped in, pushed his player back on the pitch, said, no, we're not losing you for anything stupid in this moment.
Schulte's kick towards Ramirez. Araujo back for Galassi. Again going direct as quickly as he possibly can. Enrique. Cucho. Molino. Ramirez right on that defensive line. Amundsen. Cucho telling him to go back to Ciberco. He does even better than that. He finds Molino. Possession rather than penetration here, the Crew, and they've given it away.
Kevin Molino can't do that. They need, I was just getting ready to say, they need him to pull the strings for Columbus in this next spell. Fresh legs, a technically gifted player who can change the game, not only with the pass, but with running with the ball. And in this kind of matchup, this is what you need. Cucho, heavy legs now. Aiden Morris, Darlington Nagby, they put in a shift in midfield.
He goes down, referee again says let's play on. So right now it's 10v10 because Cucho is on the ground. Ciberco had it. Second ball gobbled up by Molino. I started off today, Mo, by saying Columbus have really only won one way, playing the great football as their flag goes up against Ramirez. Have they shown another way here today in terms of battling it down?
Well, we still got a little bit of time to go, but they have shown a different level of grit, of desire, and it almost feels like they love to defend as much as they love to attack. That being said, late goals have been a theme in this matchup this season. So before we write off Orlando or close the book on this, close the chapter in this book, we got to see if Columbus can show that throughout the remaining spell in this game.
Ramirez getting the yellow there. Good header from Ciberco. Both matchups this season they've conceded very late against Orlando. Both games they've led and thrown things away against Orlando. Smith trying to get into the penalty area.
It's those nervy moments right there. Miscommunication between Zawaski and Farsi, one thinking the other one's going for it.
Smith coming in on his favoured right foot, delivers that one in for Halsen. Instead it's Shaberko, and now there's a lot of space, and Galasay is off his line, and a chance from the halfway line, and Kucha knows where that was going. Right down the middle, into the back of the net. The Columbus Crew are off to the conference final.
Well, you asked if we've seen a different side to the Columbus Crew. We have. We've seen a side that will not be denied. Defensive desire. And when you need your talisman, when you need a teammate to put his side on his back and say, job well done, game over, Cucho Hernandez has answered the call. But it starts with good defensive play first and foremost. Shaberko comes off the bench, makes a massive header, but Orlando's had to gamble. Gillespie's higher up the pitch, the goalkeeper, so you have an exposed goal, but you still, in these moments, you still have to get things right. The precision with the shot, the power on the shot, and then you gotta have the audacity to take the strike on, and Cucho Hernandez is equipped with all that and some, gets his 4th goal of the playoffs, makes it 2-0 here at Exploria Stadium, and that's job one dealt. Well done by the Columbus Crew.
And Jason Russell-Rowe is going to come. I think this might be for Cucho here, who's still, he's come back towards the fans, I think. Christian Ramirez trying to play peacemaker here and say, come on. Just on that, though, Galasay, did he need to be that far off his line there?
You're gambling. You're gambling at that point. Robin Janssen is higher up the pitch. Antonio Carlos is higher up the pitch. So you're trying to create whatever kind of numerical advantage or trying to equalize the numerical deficit by Gillespie playing higher up the pitch. So he's serving balls into the box. You're just hoping. You're gambling. And like I said, you're going to take the gamble because if you lose 2-0, it's no different than if you lose 1-0 in this scenario.
3 goals in the previous round. Columbia call up. And now he comes back to seal it. You could potentially see hell is real in the conference final. The Philly fans on their side will have something to say about that, I'm sure. The Columbus Crew, the lowest of all the top 5 teams in the East in terms of away wins, are going to get it done on their travels here. And it's been a hard one. They've had to fight. Molino.
Tell you what, picking a man of the match
that's your job, my friend.
It's gonna be incredibly difficult. This man here, Aiden Morris, 22-year-old midfielder, American midfielder. What a night he's had. Patrick Schulte, another 22-year-old. What a night he's had, performance that he's had, and it's got to be the biggest game that he's played in his professional career. And to answer the call in the way that he has on the road, in goal for his side, impressive. For this Orlando side, they're gonna feel hard done. That red card definitely changed the way that this game was being played. But with that being said, they had massive moments that they didn't take advantage of. You think back to Martin Ojeda having a chance to seal this game before we go to extra time. Doesn't take his chance. Ramiro Enrique has that early look in the first period of extra time. Doesn't take his chance either. So Orlando could only look at themselves and point the finger at themselves because they were well in this game, even down a man. But Columbus have looked every part of the word impressive, both in possession, out of possession. Wilfred Nancy has introduced not only a style of play, but a belief and a strong mentality that we're seeing exemplified tonight.
Jason Russell-Rowe, Farsi down the middle. Farsi still going, and a big call getting the starting nod once again today on that right side. He's delivered as well. Coming up on the final seconds of Orlando's incredible season. Record wins, record points, but ultimately it's going to end in heartache at home here. Ramiro Enrique, challenge from Nagby, and there is the final whistle. Columbus go on the road to Exploria Stadium and get the job done. They are moving on to the Eastern Conference Final.
And now you're seeing a little bit of afters on the field here. This is where you need your experienced players from Columbus to step in here. You don't need any stupid yellow cards. You don't need anything, any reason for a player to miss a match because of something that happened beyond the play of what's happening on the field. But Mo Farsi has done something to aggravate Orlando City because Araujo straight over to him. Wilder Cartagena off the bench straight over to him. But this moment is all about the Columbus Crew. Massive response, massive reaction in terms of their performance going on the road. We talked about that was a big storyline, that they hadn't gotten the job done consistently on the road in the playoffs against Atlanta, but more importantly, throughout the course of the regular season, they came into Exploria Stadium and said, we are more than ready for this challenge, and they ticked every box along the way.
Well, the perfect way to enter into the moment of the match. This is the moment of the match. Presented by J.C. Penney, and it's a man off the bench, Christian Ramirez. When you need a goal, he'll deliver inside the 6. A scrappy goal, he doesn't care. It's the biggest goal of the season for Columbus Crew.
But it starts with Aiden Morris, number 8 there in yellow. His tenacity, his desire to make a massive play, a massive challenge here, to dispossess Cesar Araujo, and then he continues his run, picks his head up and says, you know what, let me put this ball into a dangerous area and force defenders to have to react, force Gillespie to have to react, and give Christian Ramirez an opportunity to get any kind of touch on the ball that ends up being the game winner. And a massive goal for Christian Ramirez, but an all-around impressive performance by this Columbus Crew side.
And perhaps answering a few critics as well with how they won it. It wasn't the all-conquering stylistic football we're used to seeing. It was a really difficult second half performance and extra time as well.
It was a professional performance because we saw elements of everything. We saw the beautiful football, but then we saw a grit and a desire and a combativeness to end the game.
Columbus Crew winners on the night by 2-0. We'll be back to wrap things up from Exploria Stadium.
There are trucks, then there's the truck, GMC Sierra. Available with the V8 engine. The Super Cruise hands-free driving experience. And of course, the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Hi, it's Major League Soccer. No, you're looking for Beckham. I'm Beck. Noah Beck.
All right, team, it's the marketing plan for 2023.
Hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. So I have this great idea. What do we think? Hi, it's Major League Soccer. Oh, hi, Mr. Messi. Yeah, please hold. Yeah, what's up? Hi, it's MLS.
Lunch?
Yes, please.
That'll be $23.
Your ad says it's free.
It is for our economy ultimate passengers who paid extra.
I'll just have water.
Okay, cash or card?
For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out, made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Welcome back to Exploria Stadium. It is the away side Columbus Crew who are celebrating a massive victory in the conference semi-final.
They've been filing into the Bailey for more than 2 hours now. And finally, it's showtime at this 26,000-seat venue in the Queen City. Coming up, the Eastern Conference semifinal, FC Cincinnati, the Philadelphia Union. Next.
Meet the Chevy ZR2 family. They'll never let you down. With featured Colorado and Silverado HD ZR2 family of trucks.
If working hard is essential to get where you want to be, you need something that gets you going and keeps you going on the path to your true potential. You need a spotter, a running mate, a loyal companion. You need Celsius. Every drop is essential. Celsius, essential energy.
Ilie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Ilie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
Back in Cincinnati, the anthem concluded. The teams meet at the center of the field in advance of this game. Key absences tonight for each side due to suspension. In Cincinnati's case, here's a numerical look at what's missing when you remove Matt Miazga from the lineup.
Yeah, you can look at all the stats, but the biggest thing you miss when you lose Miazga, leadership, organization, the role that he plays is a specialist role, and it's his positioning as well. And they are the fundamentals that you miss when he's not in the team.
Kai Wagner is not eligible to return to the Union until MLS Cup. If they advance that far, probably the best left back in the league over the last 4 years.
Yeah, without question. And the way the Philadelphia Union play, they play with a diamond. Therefore, the width has to come from the fullback. So you miss his intent going forward. The team naturally becomes more narrow without him in the team, with Harriel, who's been exceptional in that position, but he is more of a right back. So two big plays that are going to be missed by both teams.
Those are the prominent spectators. We'll focus on the key players. And first kick, moments away on MLS Season Pass. The winner has a date with the Columbus Crew in the conference final a week from tonight.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the road, as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters.
Everything you don't want to believe exists. Holy. If you want to save millions of lives, we can use some help.
There are trucks, then there's the truck, GMC Sierra. Available with the V8 engine. The Super Cruise hands-free driving experience. And of course, the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck.
This is the head-to-head presented by GMC. We are professional grade. In a 34-match regular season, these clubs scored an identical number of goals. It's the one that scores first tonight that intrigues you most.
Yeah, it's huge. Both teams, they will admit they don't necessarily want the ball. So when you score that first goal, as we can see by both teams' records, it means the other team has to come out and they can then play on the counter-attack. So it's going to be so important this evening who gets the first goal.
Roman Celentano, a goalkeeper of the year finalist. Andre Blake actually won the award 3 times in his career. This is the 50th match he's playing for club and country this year. The spine of this Cincinnati team is different. Your best defender and your best ball winner are removed from the equation. Luciano Acosta is expected Monday to be named the MLS MVP. Tonight, he may have to be the best player for 90 or 120 minutes, or MVP of the night for his club to advance, underway before a packed house in Cincinnati. The dangerous Alvaro Barreal plays into the Philadelphia area. It is a back 4 for the Union. Missing the rock at center back, Glesnes. It's Lowe and Elliott side by side. Barreal to the foot of Acosta, tried to play that through for Brandon Vasquez. Instead, out wide, service by Barreal. Gets through the 18. Aaron Bupenza unable to get there. It's a Philadelphia throw.
Well, Cincinnati, they're looking for the fast start. They know how important the fans are. The fans are really loud, and the players on the pitch, they will want to keep it that way by being on the front foot.
It's been 1 year, 1 month, and 5 days since their playoff elimination in Chester, Pennsylvania last season. It is a chance tonight to avenge that defeat. First foul of the night is called against Philadelphia.
It's an early opportunity as well for Acosta to get that ball into the box and ask a few questions of the Philadelphia Union defense.
2-time MLS Referee of the Year, Ismail Elfath, is the man in charge this evening. Acosta, who's factored in a remarkable 31 of the 57 goals Cincinnati scored as a team in the regular season, will take most, if not all, of the set pieces for them tonight. Squares for Barreal. Barreal back to Acosta in the 18. That's broken up. First corner of the night awarded to the home side.
Yeah, they're asking questions early on. Cincinnati on the front foot. Philadelphia Union were preparing for a ball being played directly in, but it was what looked like a potential to be a 1-2 between Acosta and Barreal. We're already seeing starting to get a little bit heated already. Martinez, he was left in a heap. And the initial free kick was taken. I think he took exception to it. The referee now speaking to him. It's going to be so important that Ismail Elfath, he keeps control of this game, because we saw what happened in Philadelphia Union earlier on in the season, a 2-2 draw. Players sent off for both teams. So it's important Ismail Elfath, he just lays down the law and lets the players know who the boss is.
The last 5 matches between these teams have featured a combined 29 cards. There were 12 in the last meeting alone that you referenced. Bupenza, who had a playoff equalizer versus the Red Bulls November 4th, did not start the first 2 playoff matches for this Cincinnati side. The starting assignment is his this evening. Barreal plays short. Acosta swings this ball out. That's low to send it away. Acosta, Yuya Kubo draws into the starting lineup for the injured Obina Wobodo, and this is settled by Andre Blake. We got word earlier today, no contribution at all from Wobodo for this match tonight. He trained lightly in advance of the game yesterday, unable to go. He is not an available sub either. What a loss for the Cincinnati side tonight.
It's huge.
Kubo, the intercept by Lowe, but he gave that right back. Acosta wanted Vasquez. This ball takes a deflection out. It's a goal kick for Blake.
And it's so big, not just because obviously he's a key player. For me, he's as important to this Cincinnati team as Acosta is, but on the defensive side. But also the fact you're missing Miazga. It will be interesting to see how Mosquera does. We're used to seeing Mosquera on the right-hand side, but as a sweeper, he's got to be so much more disciplined as we see the players that are missing out. You see Miazga there. He'll be deeply devastated that he's not able to play in this game. But what I'm saying is Mosquera, he has to be disciplined now because he can't go out of position because you don't have a traditional defensive midfielder now sat in front of that back three. Kubo and Moreno, they are far better going forward, so it's up to those two players as well to be very disciplined and hold the position when it's needed.
Elliott gets this away. Nathan Harriel starts at left back once again for the suspended Kai Wagner. All four defenders for Philadelphia play with the preferred right foot. Throw in here for Cincinnati, and Alvis Powell in a big spot tonight, part of this back three for the Supporters Shield winners and the top seeds in the East. He's no stranger to this assignment, Powell. 6 starts as a center back this year. Most recently on August 30th, that was a 3-0 defeat at the hands of Columbus.
And his experience is going to have to shine through as well, because you look at Murphy, you look at Mosquera, and the goalkeeper as well, Celentano, young players. So it's going to be so important that he's not necessarily the most vocal, but he can lead by example.
The MLS Coach of the Year 2023 is Pat Noonan. His team earned the 4th most points in a single MLS season in the history of this league. The award is named after the late Siggy Schmid, whom he played for in 2 stops in his career, Columbus and Seattle. Foul is against Cincinnati, and not back to his feet yet is Jose Martinez.
Now, I'm probably expecting to see more challenges the other ways in terms of Martinez challenging Acosta, but it's the other way around. And that's one of the things people will talk about Acosta is in terms of his ability on the ball, but he's really bought into the defensive side of this team as well, and he's usually one of the first players to start the press.
Harriel. Ball got by Carranza, won back by Cincinnati, laid off by Bupenza. And here is Barrial. What a round one he had against the Red Bulls. 2 goals in the playoff opener versus New York back on the 29th of October. Murphy for Mosquera. Ian Murphy gets that ball through. This is Bupenza, has a step on Lowe, shouldered by Lowe. What does Ismail Elfath have to say? Play on. Kubo tracks to the middle of the park for Cincinnati. Barrial. Good ball for Acosta at the top of the 18, able to pull this back. Settled by Cincinnati. This is Kubo. Bupenza gets this ball through, scooped up on a bounce by Blake.
Yeah, just seen moments ago, Lowe, he gets back, and then there's a question mark. I think he just gets the slightest touch to it, just as we see him going into the box. Just there, and obviously if it's not a clear and obvious error, then VAR will not get involved. They'll have a look at it. They didn't believe that it warranted a clear and obvious error by the referee.
Carranza with words for the referee. Elfath after he was thrown to the ground. Murphy, Acosta, and Junior Moreno. His role changes with Warburton out of the lineup tonight, does it not?
Yeah, 100%, and I think that's where they have to be careful, both Kubo and Moreno. Moreno will be expected at times now to be the one that sits. So therefore, he has to be disciplined. But what you would say, one thing that could be advantageous is that you've got Kubo and Moreno, 2 very good ball-playing midfielders. And if Cincinnati do get control in that middle part of the park, then they can create more going forward. And likewise, if Acosta drifts out to the left, you know that even Moreno or Kubo have the ability to drift in to that 10 position.
Powell wins the free kick. Acosta time again. Get a look at Jim Curtin, twice MLS Coach of the Year in his career. The Union finished with the 5th highest point total in the league, and there's a perception, a fair one, that they've fallen off from last year. But he reminded us we've never lost sight of the fact that we've had a good year. We've actually won more games than we ever have, if you factor in what they did in CONCACAF Champions League and, of course, the long run in Leagues Cup. And if they did advance to MLS Cup, the Union would host it. Acosta whips this ball in. Past Vasquez, won back by Cincinnati. Murphy taken off his foot by Mikel Ua. And one back for a Union throw. Congratulations to the Columbus Crew, first team that knows it is in a conference final by virtue of its win at Orlando. If Cincinnati wins this match, it will host Columbus in a playoff edition of the Hell is Real Derby. If the Union win, they travel to Columbus next Saturday. Lowe and Blake, teammates for Jamaica in the recent CONCACAF Nations League quarterfinal. Two-leg tie versus Canada, and the Reggae Boys advanced on the away goals tiebreak. Scoreless in the opening moments here in Cincinnati. Jack McGlynn trying to run onto this. Powell is there. Played well. Kubo. Acosta is fouled. First yellow card out of the pocket of Elfont.
It's a committed challenge from Lowe. He's pleading his innocence. Says that he got to the ball first. And there's an argument to say that he did get to the ball first. We're probably looking at thinking about the velocity of it. It's a painful one for Acosta. And I think from Lowe's perspective, that's what his argument is that he got to the ball and then there was contact with Acosta afterwards.
Considering the physical status of Jacob Glesnes, there's little cover at that position for the Union. And here's the veteran Lowe, first year with the Union, who's on an early yellow, less than a dozen minutes into the match.
Yeah, and we know the way that Lowe plays. He's very much a front-footed defender. And when Acosta drops off, Lowe can't afford to go with him, because if he does that, it leaves huge space then between Elliott and Bizo. So it's another situation where Lowe's just got to be disciplined, and he's got to say, right, if a centre forward drops off me, if Acosta drops off me, I've got to be able to hand him over to Martinez, Bedoya or McGlynn, depending on where he is in the vicinity.
Badial sends in. This ball takes a bounce in the 18, and there's Blake to snuff that out. Last moment, it goes for a Cincinnati corner. Dangerous doings in the Union area.
Right, it's brilliant reaction from Blake, because just watch Bizo. Bizo completely miskicks it, so then Blake has to react as quick as he can. And he's out there so quickly because he's expecting Bizo to clear. He keeps himself as big as he can for as long as he can, and to make sure that Vasquez can't find the back of the net. But Philadelphia Union at the moment, they have to stand strong, because Cincinnati have started this game incredibly well and are asking all the questions early on.
One-way traffic, second corner of the night for Acosta and Cincinnati. We'll do it again. Acosta's playoff off to a marvelous start. He has a goal. He's set up two others in this 2023 postseason. The signal by Acosta, punched away by Blake. Kubo does well at the edge of the 18. Cross by Acosta is broken up. Vasquez wins the subsequent throw. This is Badial. Carranza in the midst of three blue jerseys. is fouled on the play. It is a healthy Julian Carranza, but he hasn't played since October 28th. Missed the second playoff match versus the Revolution due to a hamstring issue. Their 14-goal man, none of those goals via penalty in the regular season. Blake to send it away. The longtime Union man, Ray Gaddis. His second year with Cincinnati. Went to the playoffs 3 times as a member of the Union. Looking to knock them out of the 2023 postseason tonight as Acosta plays back Mosquera.
Just see Martinez initially, he got dragged out wide by Acosta, then he looked over his shoulder and he saw that Kubo and Moreno were just waiting to pounce and get into that number 10 position, and then he got back there. He's got to be able to hand his man over.
Kubo beats Ariel one-on-one, continues on. Yuya Kubo, the return from Bopenza, and taken here by Blake.
Hey, just seeing, this is what Kubo gives you when he's now in the team. He'll drift. He's played centre forward. He's played in the 10 position. He's also played in that midfield position as well. And the problem that he gives is that when he goes forward, he'll move from position to position, and it's very, very difficult then for Philadelphia Union to be able to pick him up.
Settled by Bedoya. Has Carranza. Julian Carranza tried to spray that out wide. He had McGlynn, and the free kick is awarded for the Philadelphia Union.
Yeah, and that's a prime example. It's a prime example. It was one ball and it took both Kubo and Moreno out of the game. All of a sudden, Bedoya found himself in space on the wrong side of Kubo and Moreno. And that's where they have to get it sorted out between the two of them. They both can't be forward at the same time, and they both don't need to be back at the same time. It's Moreno that predominantly is going to be asked to be playing that sitting role, but at the moment he's not too convincing with it because the gap between himself and the sweeper Mosquera is too big. And the last thing that Pat Noonan won is for Mosquera to go and have to step out and leave that space in behind him.
Free kick from a dangerous area on the field. This is where Wagner could set up a play. This is where Glesnes on occasion will blast one on target. It is Martinez to line this up for the Union, or McGlynn. McGlynn fires that. Blocked away, and this will come back. Celentano with a goal kick.
So this is the situation that I'm talking about. You see Bedoya, both Kubo and Moreno out of the game. And that's something that cannot happen for Cincinnati, because then it becomes a huge problem, because all of a sudden you've got Garsdorp in the 10 position, you've got Bedoya driving inside, and your two crucial central midfielders are both on the same line, too high.
70% of the ball in the opening 17 minutes for Cincinnati. They've shown us time and time again, each is comfortable without the ball. Blake. Low, pressured by Bopenza. Vasquez lets Blake know he's there. Gets it only as far as Barreal. And here's Kubo. Kubo. On the left side, that ball shepherded out by Lowe, who did well for the Union. Philadelphia had the run to MLS Cup last year. They lost the epic final to LAFC in a penalty shootout. Lowe is one of the new faces added to the side since that disappointing day in Southern California. Elliott steps up. Taken back by Cincinnati. This is Vasquez. Acosta. Gaddis back for Acosta. Martinez sees it taken back by Cincinnati. Oh, Vasquez sent that through, and just a touch too strong for Acosta in the danger area.
Gaddis and Acosta got in each other's way.
Back the other way. This is Ua for Philadelphia and broken up in a nick of time.
Well, it was a really quick counter from Philadelphia Union. They were aware that Gaddis was out of position. He wasn't in the right wing-back position. And that's where Gazdag got into, and he was so close to playing in Ua behind Powell, but the pace of Powell enabled him to get back and get the touch on it.
Alvis Powell, 6-year Portland Timber, celebrated an MLS Cup title with that side in 2015. Pat Noonan, no reservations about how he would perform in this role tonight. He's a player who does whatever it takes to win, the Cincinnati coach said, and he earns the free kick here. Mosquera. Powell seeks out Acosta. Defended by Elliot. Acosta works it across. And the foul is against Luciano Acosta. Nathan Harriel among the many in this game who's being asked to do something different. The switch to left back. Jim Curtin made the point, if you're a good defender, you can do it. Take a player like DeJuan Jones in New England. Right-footed player, does very well on the left side, and Harriel's done well in this position before.
He has the biggest thing that you have to be able to do and deal with is the simple fact that obviously you're not playing in the right back position. Don't overcover. Don't go too far central, so otherwise you're going to leave the likes of Gaddis, and we've already seen Acosta. He's favouring that right wing channel at the moment, and I think he's looking and thinking, right, okay, Harriel is a natural right back, so traditionally he's probably going to become more central, which is going to leave more space for Acosta out in that wider position.
Mosquera goes long. That's the Union record without Kai Wagner this season. 2 wins in 7 attempts without the German-born left back at Jim Curtin's disposal. Here's Jack McGlynn. Lowe plays ahead. Gazdag to spray it wide out right, settled here. The captain, Ali Bedoya. This ball sent through the dummy initially. Now McGlynn trying to follow up. His chance deflected away, and Powell will race it down.
Now, once again, it was the ball into Gazdag, and both Kubo and Moreno were ahead of the ball. And that's where Philadelphia Union, they've got the ability to find Gazdag, and he's getting in a lot of space at the moment.
They work it back for Bazo. Here is Ali Bedoya. Martinez with a good ball. Now Bazo ventures into the attack, works this across. That's broken up by Mosquera, making the safe play as Murphy for a Union throw.
It's really good positioning from Mosquera, but once again, you just look at Gazdag, Moreno and Kubo, then they're in the recovery instead of being able to go out to Gazdag. And we know the ability that Gazdag has. He'll bring others into play. Just ends up being good defending from Cincinnati to clear the danger.
Acosta. Some dogged defense by Lowe, commits the foul on the early yellow card. Free kick for Cincinnati. Facing Philadelphia in a conference semifinal for the 2nd straight year. This time the venue is TQL Stadium. This time it's Cincinnati, the Eastern Conference's top seed. Pat Noonan remembers that game well. They fired 15 shots in a playoff encounter against the Union last year. 5 of those on target. None of them got by Andre Blake. Man who scored the lone goal in that match, Leon Flock, out tonight due to injury. Martinez deflected off Moreno. Midway through the first half, Acosta more touches than any player in the game. 26 to this point in the match. Good omen for Cincinnati. We are scoreless. Martinez with a ball for Bizo that went out. Now Barreal to work it ahead. Aaron Bupenza played into space. Nobody there except McGlynn in Philadelphia. And in transition they come. Bedoya has Gazdag. Gazdag works it across. His service deflected away. And Philadelphia will go to work its first corner of the night.
Well, one of the things I asked Jim Curtin earlier today when I spoke to him, he said that Barreal is a real danger man, but he said we've got to make that strength a weakness. And every time Philadelphia Union are getting the ball now, they're looking to get in behind Barreal. And we know that the right side at the moment for Philadelphia Union is their strongest point. You'll get Bizo, you'll get Bedoya going forward, and they're then going to try and outnumber Murphy in that left side centre-back position in behind Barreal.
It's Gazdag on the corner. Gazdag whips this ball in and headed off frame. It'll come back the other way.
Well, Harriel has shown this season how good he is in the air, and still teams discount him. They don't see him as a major threat. He finds himself all alone, gets up really well, but just not able to get over the ball. But a lot of the times he finds himself with a free run because teams are more concerned about marking Lowe, about marking Elliott, Carranza, Ua and Gazdag, and then he sometimes, like I say, finds himself with freedom in the penalty box.
You have the Cincinnati team that has not allowed a goal off a set piece remarkably since July 1st. But Matt Miazga's not here tonight, and he's a primary reason for their success. Powell, Bupenza. Bupenza continues on into the 18. There's Barreal for support. Union trying to get this out. Vasquez looking for a lane. Brandon Vasquez, shot deflected wide.
It's brilliant in the end from Bizo. But Bupenza was afforded so much time. He dropped off low, dropped into that space, and this all led to it. And then Bizo, absolutely vital block. He just comes in at the last second. He sees Elliott out of the game. As it comes in, just catches on the chest. Really good defending from Bizo. And Philadelphia Union caught out of position.
Barreal. And now Acosta backs off. Barreal swings this ball in. Easy catch for Blake. Gazdag return for Bizo, too strong.
See, that's the prime example. Mosquera there, he's the sweeper. He should be, more often than not, the deepest of the back three. Gazdag drops deep. Mosquera goes all the way with him. That's at times where you've got to hand him over, but if you haven't got Cubo Moreno in front of you as a centre-back, then regardless if you're the sweeper or not, you have to go with him. And that's where I say, with Cincinnati, the distances just need to be a little bit better, because if Mosquera gets there and that ball stays in play, all of a sudden there's a huge gap between Powell, the right-sided centre-back, and Murphy, the left-sided centre-back.
Martinez found the ball back on his foot, quickly played ahead. Bedoya, Gazdag again. Ali Bedoya switched to the left, and Nathan Harriel. McGlynn to Gazdag, edge of the 18. Gazdag, far side, shouldered off the ball. That's well done. This ball takes a deflection out. Cincinnati will have it on a goal kick.
It's really good defending from Gaddis, using all his experience. You see there, he just goes shoulder to shoulder and then just calms everything down.
One of the key questions tonight: can Gaddis play the entire game? Will he have to? Only once in Cincinnati's past 12 matches, all competitions, has he played 90 minutes. Santiago Arias is available off the bench for this Cincinnati side, but he is far from 100% coming off injury. Barrial. Junior Moreno. Bopenza gave it away. Moreno trying to win this back, haphazard in the midfield and settled here by McGlynn. Harriel closed down quickly by Gaddis. He's fouled. Yellow card is out of the pocket of Ismail Elfat. And Gaddis gets the first booking for Cincinnati.
Just see McGlynn, it's not the greatest of passes to Harriel, but Harriel's just alert enough to get there before Gaddis. And he's brought down. You see, just clips it over him. It's a harsh yellow card, I think.
Low for the Union, Gaddis for Cincinnati. The players cautioned we are 30 minutes into this conference semifinal. This is Ua, who's having a strong playoff so far. Tries to find another gear. That's Powell to stick a foot in. Corner is earned by the Union. 26,000 referees say we think it should go the other way. So many areas Wagner has missed. This is one in particular. It is McGlynn. Off the left foot to swing this out for the Union. Scoreless match in this conference semifinal. This ball takes a deflection, bounces in the 18. Bizo trying to close this down. And on a second chance, cleared away by Cincinnati. That's a play Martinez had to make with Acosta behind him. Taken back by Cincinnati nevertheless. This is Bopenza. Tried to spray that across for Acosta, but broken up. Now Vasquez. That ball out of the reach of Luciano Acosta.
You just see, he goes for the acrobatic, gets the clearance done. A lot of the times as a defender there, you'll be told not to let the ball bounce. But Martinez found a way to get the job done.
Such a difficult player to track. Terrific number 10, the likely MVP, Luciano Acosta. He will often drift left, as you alluded to earlier, and he's played a lot of this first half drifting on the right side as well.
And that's because I go back to what I said previously. Harriel is a natural right back, so a lot of the time the tendency is to overcover, so you sort of become a third centre back, and that's what Acosta's happy to do. He's happy a lot of the time to start on the right wing. That's where he gets the space. And if he's got extra time on the ball, then we know how important that is for Cincinnati, because that's the difference between a potential assist and not being able to get the ball.
Damian Lowe for Bizo.
I think when you look at Philadelphia Union at the moment, they're under a lot of pressure, but everything's been played in front of Cincinnati's defenders at the moment. At no time really has the ball been played in behind, and that's because the front three of Philadelphia Union, because Cincinnati are dominating the majority of the game, they're dropping deep themselves as well.
Carranza able to win this back, fouled by Ian Murphy. Wondered how these teams would react to the long layoff tonight. That was one of the great mysteries. 21 days for Cincinnati, 17 for Philadelphia coming in.
Yeah, it's, you know, you can look at it two ways. It's been an opportunity to get players back that had little bits of injuries, like Vasquez, like Acosta, like the man we just seen being picked up by the referee, Ismail Elfat. And I think that's what the managers will try and concentrate on, enabling players to be back and fit that otherwise could potentially have missed the game.
Ua for Harriel. Harassed by Gaddis, gets rid of that ball anyway. One back by Cincinnati. Bopenza eludes one challenge, continues on. 4 into the attack for FC Cincinnati. Bopenza gives it a go. Saved by Blake. Couldn't take it cleanly. It's a corner for FC Cincinnati.
Yeah, the thing is, when the ball is turned over at the minute, Philadelphia Union, they're so stretched out. Elliott's out of the game now when it's low. He can't go to Bopenza because he knows if he does, then the ball can play to Vasquez. And it was a difficult shot as well for Blake to deal with because it's just heading towards the ground, and you've just got to make sure that he can get down. He does. He'd be disappointed he didn't hold the ball, but more importantly, he kept it out of the back of the net.
It is Barrial. They're on their feet in the belly and in most sections here at TQL Stadium. Gets more air under this. That's headed away. Elliott using the 6-6 frame, and this will go Philadelphia's way. They've emerged, though, from a rather challenging opening 10 minutes of the game, the Union, haven't they?
Yeah, hugely. Cincinnati, they started off incredibly well. And I think Jim Curtin, as tough as the start was, maybe a little bit more satisfied now that things have calmed down a little bit, because it's always going to be the case. When you come to Cincinnati, they will start so fast. You've got the fans behind you. What you need to try and do is quieten the fans down, quieten the atmosphere down. And if you can make it quieter, then the nerves start to go onto the players of Cincinnati. And that's what I think Jim Curtin will be most happiest about at the moment.
Terrific job by Vasquez to win that back. Here's the big striker on the far side once again. Free kick earned by McGlynn and Philadelphia. This is the first ever playoff start for Yuya Kubo in place of the injured Wobodo. He had played a total of 29 minutes in the first 2 playoff matches in round 1. Low, saw Celentano coming off just a bit, testing the young keeper.
I just think when you look at Acosta, who's involved in everything at the moment, he's drifting all over the place. Guards dog, Philadelphia Union need to get him on the ball more. We've spoken about the fact you haven't got a traditional sitting midfielder for Cincinnati. So can they find Garsdorp in between Cincinnati's midfield and defense? Because as of yet, he's not really had much of a say in the game.
Kubo. Mosquera in place of the suspended MLS Defender of the Year, Matt Miazga. Multiple yellow cards in the last match Cincinnati played, match 2 against the New York Red Bulls. Each one of these sides taking the shortest route to the conference semifinals, winning in 2 games. This ball defended away by Elliott, but the flag is up. Difficult setting. Cincinnati's lost only 2 regular season matches in this stadium all year. 1-0 defeat versus Orlando in September, a loss to the Red Bulls a month later, having already clinched Supporters' Shield, though, and they were playing with a less than full-strength lineup that night. Ian Murphy denies Bedoya. Bizo on the throw for the Philadelphia Union. This is Carranza. McGlynn. Jack McGlynn whips this ball in. Chance for Ua, and he put it over the bar.
It is a big chance as well. And it all came about from a throw from Bizo. He was able to throw it straight into the feet of a forward. No protection, no midfielder sitting there. And as it goes to Ua, he just can't get his body over it. And just see it bounces just before he goes to hit it. And he doesn't get his body over the ball, so it's always going to rise. But that all came about from a Philadelphia Union throw, and you have the back three of Cincinnati. One of the forwards, I think it was actually Ua at the time, was able to hold the ball up, no defensive midfielder screening, and that's what Philadelphia Union need to do more of. You need to look at this Cincinnati defense. All individually very good defenders, but Mosquera, not traditionally a sweeper, and Cuba Moreno, neither of them are traditional sitting midfielders, and that's what they haven't done as of yet in this game.
Mosquera springs Bopenza. Has the option wide right, takes it. That's Ray Gaddis who puts it to the foot of Cuba. Now Acosta. Tracked by Bedoya. Gaddis the return to Luciano Acosta. Cuba. Acosta across. This is Bopenza. Trying to lay this off. Acosta looking for a lane. Lucho. Taken here by Barreal. His shot blocked away. The Union trying to get it to a safe space. Corralled instead. Moreno sees it won back by Philadelphia. Now racing back the other way. Ua. Powell there. Shoulder challenge and did well. Pace takes a frenetic turn now with Bedoya. Gazdag pulled that back on Moreno. He's fouled. Martinez gives it a go. Martinez, and handled by the goalkeeper Celentano.
Just see this magic from Acosta when he gets on the ball. Just look at how many Philadelphia Union players are around him. He gets around low, but then he has to pass the ball because he's got Bizo coming into him. And that's what you'd say Philadelphia Union. When they've needed to, they've defended really narrow. Bopenza has been lively, but they've just managed to get enough players back, so they haven't necessarily been able to get that final strike off, or if they have, there's been a Philadelphia Union body getting in the way. What they're doing at the moment really well, Cincinnati, and it's causing a lot of problems for Martinez. Martinez wants to go man for man with Acosta, but he knows that if he goes out wide, he's got to leave him. Acosta now has just got to the point where he's drifting, but he's not going that wide. So Martinez is unsure whether he should go with him or not. So he's going half and half, and then Bopenza is dropping into the 10 position. That's why he's finding time and space on the ball.
Good defensive work by Carranzo. Won it back. He's fouled. A reminder, the Audi 2023 MLS Cup playoffs continue with the Western Conference semifinals tomorrow night. It all leads to MLS Cup December 9th on MLS Season Pass. Three options now remaining as a venue for MLS Cup. It'll be Cincinnati, Columbus, or Philadelphia. McGlynn has Harriel. Broken up by Gaddis. Kubo to send it away. And this is Jack Elliott. Few Union players want another chance at MLS Cup. More than that, man. Elliott was probably seconds away from being MLS Cup MVP last year, before Gareth Bale and a goalkeeper named McCarthy had other ideas. 2 wins shy, as is Cincinnati, of getting to that stage this year. Bedoya. Kept in by Bizo. Bizo does well against Murphy. Plays this across by the far post and in the danger area. Ua couldn't get a foot to it.
Bizo cannot do any more there. The problem is, your front three, not one of them makes the run to that far post or to try and get in line with the cross. Ua does, but it's too late. You can see Bizo his frustrations afterwards, because as a fullback, you do really well. You get the better of your marker, and you put a wonderful ball into the box. You can do no more in that situation.
This is Gazdag. Bizo for Jose Martinez. Bopenza. Nifty footwork to get it to Acosta.
He's taking up some very intelligent positions at the moment. Bopenza. He knows that Acosta's just wandering around. And a lot of the time he's doing a lot of unselfish play because he knows he's going to go into areas where he can't get the ball, but can he take Martinez with him? And a couple of times he's done that. That's then left the space then for Bupenta to drop off the two centre-backs, turn and get on the front foot.
27-year-old designated player striker has a goal in these playoffs, an important one that leveled against Red Bull in round one. We're in the 45th minute. The stalemate continues. Kubo, Murphy, and now Barreal. Acosta wins the throw. Union concede the free kick in the middle of the park. 1 minute stoppage time posted by the fourth official, Alan Chapman. Powell to send this through. This is Acosta. Vasquez. Kubo following up. Snuffed out initially. Let's see what Gaddis can do on the follow-up. Union get a foot to it. They'll send it out to the opposite end of the field. Now Murphy. Mosquera. Switch to the left and Barreal, but there's Bizo to break it up. Cincinnati with a throw. Let's see if they create one more kick at the can here in the waning seconds of the half. Taken here by Ua, and that is all. 45 minutes in the books. Who's the happier coach right now?
Well, Cincinnati have been the better team, no question about it, but I think Jim Curtin will be because he's got through. The team has got through. They've bent, but they've not broken, and they quietened the fans down as the game went on. So when you look at both coaches, probably Jim Curtin, but the better performance has been from Cincinnati.
The winner gets Columbus in the conference final in the East. We'll have highlights of that match as part of our halftime coverage. We're scoreless at TQL Stadium. Cincinnati, Philadelphia in the Eastern Conference semi.
Hey, how are you?
I made this. Fee-free overdrafts. Early payday. Easy credit building. When your money's good, you feel good.
Don't be afraid to catch fish.
Chime, the #1 most loved banking app.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
I was dancing when I was 12.
They light the way forward. The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron.
Welcome to the halftime report presented by Audi. Halftime of this Eastern Conference semifinal. FC Cincinnati, the Philadelphia Union are scoreless. Let's get to the highlights of the opening 45 minutes. Danny.
And it was all Cincinnati early on in the game. An early free kick comes into the box. Bizo just miscues his clearance, but then just look how quickly Blake, he's alert to the situation, gets out to make sure that Vasquez can't get a vital touch to put the ball into the back of the net. So alert from Blake. And then once again, Cincinnati asking questions, but just look at how many players Philadelphia Union getting behind the ball. And this time it's a wonderful block from Bizo coming all the way across from the right back position. You just see him just in the picture there, but then he just gets across. Elliott goes down, but Bizo's there to the rescue to make sure no shot can go on target. And then Bupenza, whose movement has been brilliant, just dropping deep and then getting the ball and driving forward. You see Lowe, he's dropping deeper and deeper because he knows he can't go because of Vasquez. And it's a good strike, and it's a save that Blake had to make. He wanted to hold it, but it was a real difficult one, and he sends it behind for a corner. And then Philadelphia Union started to get more into the game as the half went on. It's a wonderful ball in from McGlynn. And it bounces just in front of her, and he can't get his body over the ball to redirect it on goal. Just see the bounce here. When he gets connection with it, it's always rising once again. And then brilliant play this time from Bizo. He can do no more here. Puts a wonderful ball into the box, and he has every right to ask his front three, where are you? I've done all the hard work. Nobody's making that run at the far post. Uwa does, but it's too little too late. But what a ball that was from Bizo into the box.
Uwa, a player who had 13 goals in his first MLS season, 9 this year. Here's the statistical story of the opening half. 60% possession for FC Cincinnati. They have 6 of the 11 shots in a game. Lowe and Gaddis are the players currently on yellow cards now.
Yeah, and I think we saw as the game started, FC Cincinnati, they wanted a quick start. They got the quick start, but then Philadelphia Union, they hung in there. So I think the second half, it will be all about can Philadelphia Union grow more into the game and try and provide opportunities, more opportunities, for the likes of Uwa, Garsdorp, and Carranza.
The top scorers for each team are presented by Audi, the official vehicle of Major League Soccer. Badial had 2 goals in round 1. Philadelphia Union actually have 4 players sitting on 1 goal in these playoffs, and Acosta, who has a goal and 2 assists, is also part of our list here. For every goal scored during the Audi MLS Cup playoffs, Audi will contribute $2,000 to support MLS academies through the Audi Goals Drive Progress Initiative. We'll take a quick timeout. Columbus Crew took care of business earlier today. 2-0 winners over Orlando City. Highlights of that when we come back.
Lunch?
Yes, please.
That'll be $23.
Your ad says it's free.
It is for our Economy Ultimate passengers who paid extra.
I'll just have water.
Okay, cash or card?
For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the road, as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters.
Season's COVID-19 shot when you get your flu shot.
2 things at once.
2 things at once! 2 things at once! I'll have the 2 things at once, please.
Now back to 2 things at once.
2 things at once.
That's not 2 things at once.
Mom!
Travis, ask about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. No more with RBC Wealth Management.
Welcome back to the halftime report presented by Audi in Cincinnati. No score at the half. Cincinnati and the Philadelphia Union. The winner gets the Columbus Crew in the Eastern Conference Final next week. Why? Well, Orlando had won 6 straight matches at home, bridging the regular season and playoffs. What happened?
Well, this is the second yellow card for Schlegel. He gets sent off. He's just pulling Rossi back, and there can be no alternative from the referee there. It's definitely a second yellow, but then this is brilliant for Columbus. And Morris, who I thought was an outstanding performer in this game, he wins the ball back, plays a lovely ball in, good movement from Ramirez, and then finds the back of the net at the far post. But it's just all about the tenacity of Morris, getting himself in a good position, playing a 1-2 with Cucho, puts the ball into a dangerous area, and Ramirez is in the right place to give Columbus a 1-0 lead. But then, give credit to Orlando, they got themselves going as well, and it's Smith going all the way forward from the full-back position, and it's a wonderful save from Schulte. Just keeps himself as big as he can for as long as he can, on a wonderful save with his left foot. And then coming towards the end of the game, Cucho, that man, probably looking up and thinking, where's Galese? Oh yes, I've just taken him on, and he finds the back of an empty net. And that was good night. And what a result for Columbus as well. Away from home, a clean sheet. They are in form.
That goal by Ramirez in the 93rd minute, the first time Orlando City had conceded in the playoffs, and then Cucho adds one for good measure. So the East bracket looks like this. Again, if Cincinnati wins, they host Columbus next week, an All-Ohio Conference Final. If Philadelphia wins, they go on the road to visit the Crew 1 week from tonight. The Western Conference semifinals, Kansas City, Houston, LAFC, Seattle, taking place tomorrow. This all shapes up for a fascinating Sunday. How about tomorrow? Houston and Sporting Kansas City in the first one. Houston's undefeated last 9, all competitions at home.
They are, but you just look at the form that SKC are in. You know, the way that they got the better of St. Louis, but not just that, Iman Pulido as well. Such a key player. And you talk about other players around him, they benefit from the simple fact that he's so good on the ball. And then you look at Seattle, it's going to be really interesting. We covered LAFC a couple of months ago away at Charlotte on turf. They struggled. It's all about LAFC. How do they adapt to turf? But not just that. Can they deal with intensity? Because that's something that I find it really, really difficult for them to then get to grips with, because they can't get into the routine of the way they love to play. But 2 great games ahead.
Coverage of that conference semifinal doubleheader begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Join the legend Leo Messi. He embarks on his historic next chapter with Apple TV Plus's new documentary series, Messi Meets America, following along Messi's journey as he takes North America and MLS by storm, ushering in a new era with his Inter Miami teammates. The series is streaming now only on Apple TV Plus. Offside takes you into the world of American soccer with Taylor Twellman as your tour guide. This week, Taylor dives deep into key moments, storylines across all of the MLS playoffs. Stay tuned to Offside with TT through the MLS Cup for the inside scoop. New episodes every Thursday. Follow and listen on Apple Podcasts. And a recent visitor to the Offside podcast is Chad Ochocinco, former Cincinnati Bengal wide receiver and supporter of FC Cincinnati. Will we find a goal between minutes 46 and 90, or are we destined for extra time? We're scoreless. Thus moments to tee up the second half.
Finding the right hotel just got easier. Compare and book on the app with Hotels.com.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron.
If working hard is essential to get where you want to be, you need something that gets you going and keeps you going on the path to your true potential. You need a spotter, a running mate, a loyal companion. You need Celsius. Every drop is essential. Celsius, essential energy.
Moments away from the start of the second half at TQL Stadium. FC Cincinnati, Philadelphia Union, the winner to the Eastern Conference Final next weekend. This is the Supporter Cam brought to you by Hotels.com. Find your perfect somewhere on the Hotels.com app. 'Tis the season, and these fans hoping for another game, hoping for two actually. The road to MLS Cup goes through the city that claimed the Supporters Shield, and that is Cincinnati. They're attempting to become the 9th team to win MLS Cup in a Supporters Shield winning season, and the second in a row after LAFC prevailed in the final against Philadelphia last year. The expected goals shot chart from the opening 45 minutes tells what story?
Well, the Cincinnati may have been the better team, but what I would say is that Philadelphia Union, I'm sure that there will have been a plan in place for them to try and keep Cincinnati at bay in the first half and then get more involved going forward in the second half. So I think it makes for an interesting and probably better second half than what we saw in the first half.
Second half is underway. Here's McGlynn running on to this. McGlynn off the left foot takes an awkward bounce, but handled by the goalkeeper Celentano. Each one of these keepers had a shutout in round one. Celentano earned one in the playoff opener. Blake with his 3rd career playoff shutout in the series clincher against New England. This is Mosquera. Powell launches this off the head of Vasquez. McGlynn quickly played ahead. Gazdag challenge middle of the park, and one back. Cincinnati gets it to Lucho. Lucho Acosta tracked by Martinez. One of the key matchups tonight. Acosta taken off his foot by Harriel, and he wins the corner.
Yeah, it was good play from Moreno initially, just near the halfway line, dispossessing Carranza. And then he got Cincinnati on the front foot, and Acosta commits Martinez initially, and it's good defending from Harriel.
Acosta again as the fans begin to rise. Towards the far post. Powell gambled for it, taken back by the Union. Here's Bazo. Gathered by Bedoya. Philadelphia captain knows every one of these games could very well be his last in a Philadelphia uniform. Reported dialogue is that he will not be offered back next year. Here's Carranza with the flag staying down, fires, puts it off the side of goal.
Well, Mosquera, he wants offside. It's good movement, it's good running from Carranza to just get down the sides. Just tried to beat Celentano. His near post wasn't able to do that though. Yeah, it does look as though he is offside. And that's what Mosquera was complaining about.
Talented strikers on each side. They've been quiet to this point. Carranza for the Union. Vasquez for Cincinnati. Here's Moreno. Gaddis to the foot of Kubo. Bardial gets that ahead. Junior Moreno. Foul is against Cincinnati. Jim Curtin's team, an underdog, you might say, for this. They are the 4 seed in the East, playing the number 1. One thing he stressed to his club in advance of these playoffs: never lose an underdog mentality. You know who says we're an underdog? Our payroll. For much of the season, the 28th highest salary expenditure in a 29-team league. Kubo. Gaddis. Here's Bopenza. Broken up by Elliott, kept alive by Cincinnati. Moreno. Here's Acosta. His service broken up. Union trying to hit back in transition. Martinez needed more on that ball for Ua, who plays it back.
Yeah, he did. There was a chance there. Mosquera, he'd been committed. It was the sweeper. He'd gone beyond his midfield. And like you quite rightly say, the ball from Martinez just needed to be faster out to Ua, and then there was a chance of a break.
How good Cincinnati has been in the second half. They had not conceded a second half goal at home since the 21st of May. But tonight, no Miazga, no Wobodo. Yellow card out of the pocket of Elfot. Julian Carranza's booked.
Yeah, it's a late challenge on Mosquera. Just there as Mosquera gets the ball away. What you call a centre forwards challenge.
Union have suffered just 1 loss in their last 11 matches, bridging the regular season and playoffs, but that's a stretch that included 6 draws. And the loss was in an important game, Decision Day, when they dropped from 3rd to 4th place in the table. They weren't steamrolling into these playoffs, but now an opportunity to advance to a conference final for a 3rd straight season. Looking to become the first club in MLS to reach 3 straight conference finals since Houston did it 2011 through 2013 in a scoreless match.
See Bopenza, the positioning that he's taking. He's near enough playing like a second number 10 with Acosta, and it's causing problems for Martinez, because at times Martinez doesn't know which one to take, and more often than not you look at it and say, right, Acosta's the most dangerous one, so you take care of him. But then Bopenza, he just has the willingness and the brain level, as in terms of being able to go into that spot that Acosta has vacated and take a Martinez with him.
Chested down by Gaddis. The return from Bopenza. The Gabon international again. Bopenza, the pass from Vasquez. The flex out wide. Gaddis has it on his foot again. Ray Gaddis be able to work this ball in. That's broken up. Mosquera battling to win it back. Gathered by Kubo. Acosta. Lucho Acosta. 2 defenders to take on. Ball takes a deflection out, wins the corner for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think the one thing when you look at Cincinnati, when they lose the ball, how quick they are to press and then try and win it back. And it makes it very difficult. You look at Carranza, Garsdorp near the edge of their own 18-yard box, so there's no out ball for Philadelphia Union at the moment, and that's due to the intensity of Cincinnati. Like I say, when they lose the ball, they're quick to win it back.
Signal by Bardial. Headed out, taken out of midair, and a shot blocked away by the Union. That was Powell who had the terrific chance for Cincinnati. Now in transition, the Union again. Gazdag, second chance to release it away, and he does. Carranza able to pick up McGlynn.
4 into the attack for the Union. They work this out wide. Losing his footing, Martinez, who made an advanced run. This ball stays in play, and the foul is against Mikel Oa.
It was a great run from Martinez, but what about the ball from McGlynn? Wonderful ball, but Martinez just couldn't get it under control properly to be able to put the ball back then where he wanted it. Just seeing the run that Martinez makes, he sees that there's space, and the ball from McGlynn just bends it back. Martinez, it's just a heavy first touch, and he's struggling to get his body back behind it to try and make the cross better than what it was.
Alvis Powell. Flag stays down, brought down by Acosta. Lucho, challenged by Lowe. Flag goes up on the near side.
Yeah, Lowe wasn't to know. The flag was going to go up. Just see, probably just offside. But then Lowe's recovery, it's brilliant defending, because the last thing you want to do is get caught one-on-one with Acosta. But Lowe just stays big, really good defending, and then the flag went up.
And now we watch Gazdag. McGlynn. Whips that behind Carranza, and it's taken by Celentano.
I think you look, what you have to do really is just look at the 2 number 10s, and that tells you which team is in the ascendancy. It's Acosta, it's his name that we're saying more. We barely said Gazdag. Philadelphia Union, they have to find a way to get Gazdag more involved.
One back by the Union, and now Gazdag on cue to the foot of Carranza. McGlynn sees that broken up, comes to Martinez, opts to spray it out wide. Here's Ali Bedoya, the Union captain. Bizo, return for Bedoya. His service broken up. Backtracking was Moreno, and the Union get a corner out of this.
Yeah, it's good play down the right-hand side. Bedoya once again linking up with Bizo. Those two, a really good understanding on the right-hand side. You see the give and the go, and they double up. And Barreal ends up being good covering from Moreno.
Now McGlynn off the cultured left foot to swing this ball in.
Just always look at Bedoya. He always seems to find a way, that near post, to find space, but also keep your eye on Harriel as well. He's being marked at the moment by Barreal.
There you see no set-piece goals conceded again since the 1st of July. But a defense ravaged by injury and suspension. That's headed out by Bupenza. Taken here, Martinez will send this high and wide of goal. He's scored a couple that way this year.
He has, and I think because he's done that, when he gets the ball in these areas, there's only one thing in his mind. It's to strike at goal.
Big picture here. Pat Noonan's team lining up tonight without the league's defender of the year, without the man who's probably the best ball winner in the league, and through 57 minutes he has kept the Union off the board.
Yeah, and I think from that side of things, you look at it, and Pat Noonan will be looking and saying, yes, you know what, our defence is a little bit beat up, so the best form of defence is attack. They've not had to do too much defending, and that's because they've been on the front foot. It's because when they've been attacking and they've lost the ball straight away, it's been right, okay, we need to press with intensity, and that's protected the back three really, really well so far.
Here's Kubo. Cincinnati with a throw. Barreal plays in. Here is Mosquera. Miazga's availability for the rest of the playoffs remains something of a mystery. MLS still looking into an alleged incident after the game at New York Red Bulls in round 1. There's been no final determination about whether he will or will not be available for a potential conference final should Cincinnati advance. It is Mosquera, the man in the middle tonight. McGlynn. Harry will throw. Free kick awarded to the Union. There's the man suspended tonight due to yellow card accumulation on the left, Matt Miazga. You mentioned at the top, they lose an outstanding defender. They're also their best communicator in the back. Mosquera is learning English. That's been something of a process. This ball whipped in. And a lot of that responsibility for Cincinnati, the communication in the back, falling on the shoulders of players like Powell and Gaddis. Pat Noonan was telling us he felt would be imperative to their success tonight. Ua. Kept in by Bopenza. Off to the races. Acosta has Vasquez. Had to stall to collect. Now Acosta. Challenge from behind by Harriel, and the flag is up.
This all comes from the movement of Bopenza. Bopenza, when he drops deep, one of the centre-backs, and this time it's Elliott, he goes with him. So we just see, as this ball is going to be cleared in a second, just watch the movement of Bopenza, and then watch Acosta off him. Bopenza decides to drop deep. Elliott goes with him. That leaves Acosta then in so much space. This isn't the best of balls to Vasquez. Nothing comes of it, but that's where you just have to be so careful, and that's why I talk about Bopenza. I think he's been excellent this evening so far, and it's his movement. His movement has created time and space for his teammates.
Brought down by Murphy. Martinez, low in tight space, able to get that away. Here's Ali Bedoya for Martinez. Gazdag. Jack Elliott. Martinez trying to shrug off Acosta. He was fouled, wins the free kick. Quick restart by the Union, and here they come. This ball sent in. Carranza trying to get on it, falls for Ua. Ua turns around, his shot blocked away. That's Mosquera who got there. It's deflected out for a corner.
There's been a reaction. Mosquera goes up to Carranza because he's not happy with something that happened earlier on in the build-up. And then Carranza just goes to his shoulder. Interesting to see this replay. It looked a little bit theatrical from where we are from Mosquera and the way that he's gone down and stayed down. Just trying to get Carranza in trouble. Obviously, already on the yellow card from a previous challenge on Mosquera. It's been interesting to see the replay because at first look at it, you just see it's the coming together between the two of them, then nothing comes of it. Cincinnati are able to block it, but just watch Mosquera. He goes straight up to Carranza, and then this is the afterwards bit. Oh, sorry. Seeing something like that, that's just... I can't stand things like that. It's a player, he's trying to get another player sent off, and he's staying down on the floor now. When you see the replay, there's nothing really that should constitute Mosquera staying on the ground for so long the way that he has done.
Chant for VAR, which will fall on deaf ears. Kevin Stott is the video assistant referee for tonight.
Just see it again. I'm sorry. I just don't like to see that at any point. And then the second he holds his face. And we don't need to see things like that. Trying to get another player sent off. And then he gets up. But when you see the replay, it's worse and worse in the way that Mosquera acted.
Patiently waiting far side of the field is McGlynn for the ensuing corner for Philadelphia. 65th minute of a scoreless match. Opts to play it short. Bizo now for McGlynn again. Able to loft this ball in. Union get ahead to it. Broken up by Cincinnati. Now Kubo off to the races the other way. It's Gaddis who stopped his run, and Elliott will play it out. Cincinnati on a throw. Played in quickly. This is Brandon Vasquez. No goals in the big man's last 5 appearances coming into tonight. And quiet to this point as we watch Barreal. Murphy, top of the 18. Aaron Bopenza. Able to lay this off. Kubo. Gaddis. This is Moreno. Fans yelling shoot. Takes the option, and Barreal instead. Able to push this back. Played centrally. Moreno tries to flick this ball in and headed away by a diving Damian Lowe. Here's Powell. Gaddis with the ball taken away by Harriel. Martinez. Gazdag lost possession, won back by Cincinnati. Now Bopenza. Terrific work. Earned that foul and earns the free kick.
It's great play from Bopenza once again. You just see Gazdag, when he gets the ball, there's no time and space for him. 3 Cincinnati players around him. And that's been really impressive so far this evening. Not just on the ball from Cincinnati, but when they lose the ball, their intensity to then go and counter press. You just see the foul on Bopenza from McGlynn.
Now Acosta to put this down. Press conference here in Cincinnati Monday. Expected that man would be named the league MVP. His service. This ball sent in. Bopenza waiting for it. Gets ahead to it softly into the waiting arms of Andre Blake.
Just thought initially that Vasquez had just got a yard on Bedoya. He uses all his experience to get back.
A reminder, these playoffs have now moved to a single elimination format. If we're tied after regulation, full extra time is played, and if necessary, a penalty shootout. Moreno. Barreal for Bopenza. Acosta trying to race on to this. Strong tackle made by Harriel. Chance of MVP raining down to Cincinnati's number 10.
You look at the large portions in the way that Cincinnati have controlled this game. You look at both systems. You know, the idea from Philadelphia Union, Bedoya and McGlynn Martinez, 3 against 2 in midfield against both Moreno and Kubo. So you would hope then that Bedoya can have more of an influence on the game than McGlynn. But because Cincinnati have been on the front foot for the majority of the game, it's been difficult for those two to start dictating the tempo.
Sent away by Blake. This is Mikael Oa. Tried to play that across, got tangled up on the far side. This ball comes out. It'll be a Cincinnati goal kick. Moreno. Acosta, the return from Gaddis. Bupenza. Acosta again. Intercept by Elliott, taken here by Martinez, and sent ahead. Gazdag able to muscle that through, taken here by Carranza, works it ahead. This is Ua, one-on-one on Murphy, who blocks it away. Union recycle. This is Gazdag. Settled by Celentano.
That's a good run from Bedoya.
Taken away far side by Bizo again. Still something happening here for the Union. This is Carranza. Julian Carranza. Able to get a shot away. Blocked away. Kubo. Sent away by Gaddis. And there's Harriel to head it away from Acosta, who was waiting. We know one thing. Conference final will be in Ohio next week, but where? Will it be here in Cincinnati or at Columbus should Philadelphia prevail?
Just see Cincinnati. I've spoken so much about the intensity levels of the Cincinnati team up to the 70th minute. Just see signs of it just starting to slow down a little bit. And that's allowing Philadelphia Union just a little bit more time and space on the ball themselves.
Kubo. Each of these teams, their depth is not what it was several weeks ago due to suspension, due to injury. Starting 11 for each side is still on the field, and I don't think that's a surprise to you or I or anyone in this stadium to this point. Played back by McGlynn. Ua unable to keep the ball in play. A reminder, the Audi 2023 MLS Cup playoffs continue tomorrow. The Western Conference semifinals. Houston hosting Sporting Kansas City at 7 p.m. Eastern. Seattle hosts LAFC at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Coverage begins 6:30 right here on MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. Powell. Gets away from Ua and continues on. Alvis Powell out wide. There's Barreal. Trying to send that ball through. Blocked away by Bizo. Cleared by Martinez. Moreno ran into a slew of Union players. Now Gazdag for Carranza. Intercept, that was Barreal far side to take it back. And in transition, here comes Cincinnati with Acosta on the ball. Lucho waits for the reinforcements. Ran into Martinez to break that up. Venezuelan now for the Union. Gets it to the middle of the park. McGlynn. Gazdag. Olivier Bizo. Bedoya gave it back to Cincinnati, and this ball played out.
Yeah, you see, that's a problem that Philadelphia Union are having. When they're winning the ball back, they're wanting to break quickly, but because they're sitting deep, because Cincinnati have been dominating possession, they're having to take more touches than what they want to have.
Now Bedoya able to play this to the edge of the 18, cross-blocked away by Mosquera and skied out of harm's way initially. Union will get on this anyway. This is Martinez. Harriel able to launch that ball, but over the head of a frustrated Daniel Gazdag.
And just go back to what I'm saying, we look at Philadelphia Union in particular, such an excellent counter-attacking team, but because Cincinnati have been doing most of the pressing, have been doing most of the attacking, it's been very difficult. When Philadelphia Union have won the ball back, if the ball's gone to Gazdag, he's having to wait until he's got support. Likewise with Ua, likewise with Carranza. They're probably 15-20 yards deeper than what they want to be, but that's what Cincinnati have done to them, and somehow Philadelphia Union, they've got to try and turn this around.
Barrial has Moreno, Junior Moreno. This is Gaddis. Bupenza tried the return pass for Kubo. One back by Daniel Gazdag again, and now McGlynn for Philadelphia. Played ahead. Ua racing on to this. There's Mosquera, who's not going to be beaten easily in this situation. Kept alive by the Union, but settled by Cincinnati again. Kubo. So one thing about Mosquera, he won't allow attacking players to run by him. Harriel up for that. Cincinnati will have it on a throw. Moreno waiting for it. Ian Murphy back for Mosquera. Bupenza. Nutmeg Martinez continuing on. There's Martinez with the recovery. Yellow card is issued here to Aaron Bupenza, and writhing in pain is Jose Martinez.
And it's a poor challenge from Bupenza as well. Initially, he gets the better of Martinez, plays it through his legs, but then his recovery, Martinez, and his strength, and he brings the frustration out from Bupenza. There'll be no argument there. A definite yellow card. The referee's in a great position to give that as well.
Into the final quarter hour now. For Martinez, it wasn't that long of a layoff for games. He played a World Cup qualifier versus Ecuador for Venezuela. He did not feature in the same game that Junior Moreno did for Venezuela. They played twice in the window. Once again, 77th minute, final quarter hour of regulation, if necessary. 30 minutes of extra time as the earlier game today necessitated Columbus' victory over Orlando City. And if we're still tied after that, we will go to a penalty shootout. Martinez being stretched out. Not yet back to his feet for this Philadelphia Union side.
Yeah, well, he's in a lot of discomfort. It's a poor challenge. And when you see how Bupenza goes about it and makes that challenge, it's like a scissor tackle. And that's what causes a discomfort for Martinez, just as he's lay on the floor. You just see here Martinez, he uses his strength to get back in, and then he takes the touch, and then it's just here. And he just scissors and catches Martinez. And like I say, it's a really poor challenge, and it's just that left leg that's just left behind, which gets caught up. And hopefully he's okay, because he's a player that Philadelphia Union will not want to lose.
At the base of this 4-4-2 diamond that is the Union staple formation, and the one preferred by Jim Curtin,
Neither coach has gone to his bench to this point. Starting 11 for each team remains on. Jacob Glesnes is with the Philadelphia Union, although...
Well, you just see who's coming back now for Philadelphia Union. Bueno. That's not a good sign for Martinez. It's been a breakout year for Bueno. He can play the role that Martinez plays. And if he has to come on, he's going to have to get straight into the action. And it doesn't look good for Martinez. And like I say, it's a really poor challenge from Bupenza.
Jesus Bueno made 24 appearances in the regular season, 10 starts for this Philadelphia Union side, and this is a big loss for Philadelphia.
Yeah, it is. I think if we go back a few months, it's a game that we were covering. Bueno, when he did play at the base of the diamond against Nashville away, and he was exceptional against Mukhtar, and he's going to have to do a very, very similar job to try and keep Acosta quiet, but also keep the discipline as well.
Philadelphia trainer has picked up the yellow card in the aftermath of this.
I think he has been there before when they played NYCFC in the playoffs a couple of seasons ago. You just see the frustration from Martinez and a lot of discomfort. But Bueno, he's got to come straight into this game and get up to speed with it.
Bueno, part of that group that you've alluded to, playoffs versus New York City in 2021. Philadelphia Union had multiple players that year affected by COVID. This ball, top of the 18. Carranza with a shot, reaching up. Celentano using all of that 6'3" frame. Distribution for Gaddis. Bupenza. Harriel can't keep this ball in. So now Acosta with the less defensively capable Bueno occupying that space for the Union. Here's Mosquera. Played back by Murphy. Here's on Mosquera. Powell. Bupenza did well to back off. Harriel played ahead. Here's Vasquez. Tried to square that ball for Bupenza. Broken up. Taken back by the Union. And now McGlynn.
And that's where they've been really good, Cincinnati. When Philadelphia Union winning the ball back, they just had no time to breathe.
Good throw in. Vasquez whips that off the leg of Elliott. And going to work on the corner is Acosta this time in Cincinnati. Fans rising at TQL Stadium in a scoreless match. Lucho's ball headed farther away by Gazdag, taken by Powell. Gazdag with a terrific defensive play. Now Bizo. Bueno plays back for Ali Bedoya. This is Bueno. Bizo trapped by Vasquez. Able to win it back cleanly, and that ball too far for Acosta.
I've just seen instances from both teams. Gazdag first, and then Vasquez. That's why both of these teams are so difficult to play against, so difficult to beat, just because it's a collective effort. It's not just the forwards that are doing the attacking, but more importantly, they join in on the defensive side of the game, and that's the same for both teams.
But on the offensive side, something has been just a little off for the attacking trio of each of these sides to this point, as this game now has gone 83 minutes long. Elliott. Damian Lowe. came out. Cincinnati will have it on a throw. Is there a late hero in regulation? Acosta with a flick, sent away though by Elliott. Celentano to the foot of Murphy. Murphy, second chance to get it away. Couldn't do it either time. This ball played across. Mosquera got a foot to it, cleaned that up. Back the other way they come. Bupenza for Acosta. And given back to the Union again. Bizo challenging on Kubo. Bueno plays ahead. Gazdag picks up McGlynn, works it ahead. This is Ua. Pass broken up by Gaddis, but it falls for Harriel. Nathan Harriel. This is Gazdag. The return from Ua. Now Carranza looking to turn around and shoot. That chance blocked away, deflected off Cincinnati. It's a Union corner.
It's one of the very few times this evening that the front three have been able to link up, because when they do, it can be a sight for sore eyes. Cincinnati last-ditch defending this time. Just see the link up. Ua, Gazdag and Carranza. And Bedoya, he was frustrated because he was just on the far side of Carranza. He wanted the ball played to him so he could get a strike off himself.
Now Jack McGlynn. Headed out by Cincinnati, settled again by Bueno. They recycle for McGlynn. Here's Bueno. His service broken up. Acosta. Terrific two-way player, makes the defensive play. The intercept by Harriel. Here's Ali Bedoya. Has options, plays centrally. Harriel fires! Saved by Celentano, who punched it away.
It's a great strike from Harriel. Initially, it's the run from Bizo, which gives Bedoya a little bit of extra time and space on the ball.
Union still look to make something of this. Bueno with a ball. Taken away by Cincinnati, given back though to Elliott. Jack Elliott will sky this way high and wide.
Well, it was a great effort from Harriel, coming in on his favoured right foot. You just see the run from Bizo, just affords Bedoya that extra time. And then Harriel hits it with his right foot, just trying to find that far corner. Celentano's in a really good position to get out of harm's way. And that's better from Philadelphia Union. These last 5 or so minutes.
Are we looking at the second conference semifinal of the day that needs extra time? Or is there a hero late here? Powell back for Mosquera. Ian Murphy. Young man who started once in the first 11 games this season. It's a foul against Philadelphia on Vasquez, slowly getting back to his feet. And this is Acosta territory now.
It is. It just looked like Lowe and Elliott just got in each other's way. And then Elliott commits the foul on Vasquez.
Substitution is now coming for FC Cincinnati, and Bupenza, who did well tonight in this playoff start, his first start of this postseason, and the man who had that assignment in their first 2 playoff games, Dominique Badji, will come into the match.
Well, first things first, they've got to figure out who's picking him up. Philadelphia Union, a substitute coming fresh onto the pitch.
I said Acosta, but it's Barrial now poised for the free kick. Alvaro Barrial whips this ball in. Cleared out by Lowe, brought down by Powell. Wants to send this out wide in the direction of Acosta. Union will head it out. He'll leave this for Gaddis. Vasquez. Intercept by Bedoya. Played back by Ua to the foot of Gazdag. Now Harriel. Gets away from Vasquez. Gazdag again. Switch to the right side and Olivier Baizo. Now the Union into the attacking half. Carranza was slowed up by Mosquera. He glares at the referee. Elfot, but we play on. Here's Acosta. Cincinnati had 6 shots in the opening half. They have 2 in this second half of play. We're in the 90th minute. And more you get the feeling one mistake or one terrific play is going to decide this conference semifinal. Mosquera. Kubo. Acosta gets it back from Vasquez. First involvement for Baji. Turns around in the 18 and taken away low. Gets it no farther than the foot of Moreno. Cincinnati looking for more, and a free kick is earned from just outside the 18.
Now, initially, it's really good defending from Baizo because he knows the Union are in trouble. You see Elliott just gets caught out of position. Lowe has to come over, so Baizo gets himself in to make sure that Badji can't get the shot off. And then it's just a lovely bit of skill from Acosta. It's a difficult one for a defender there, Lowe. There's nothing he can do about it. There's a foul that's always going to be given. And the problem you have now is you have both Acosta and Barreal stood over the ball. So if you're trying to set up a wall now from Blake's perspective, it could be very different depending on who's taking the shot.
They are both so capable. It's Barreal! Sends it wide.
It's always going to be very, very difficult for Barreal to get the ball around the outside of McGlynn. He's at the end of the wall and back towards target.
We saw that in a Cincinnati win versus Charlotte earlier this year, where Acosta was the decoy and Barreal delivered with a free kick goal from a nearly identical position. Here's Lowe. What a taxing game this has been for the Jamaican Damian Lowe. Yellow carded in the 12th minute of the match.
I think the key thing is, as we go into injury time and then potentially into extra time as well, it's concentration, because there's some tired bodies out there now for sure.
Bedoya gets this to Gazdag. Broken up by Cincinnati. Lowe did well on Baji. The offside flag did go up. Now McGlynn. Gazdag surveys, works out wide. This is Ali Bedoya. McGlynn again. Touched by Carranza, rolls to the keeper Celentano. We're in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. 6 posted by the 4th official. Free kick won by Baji in Cincinnati.
Just see Lowe there, he's coming out, he's committed to go and win the ball, but you know in those situations you have to go through the player to win the ball. His best day, he's done the hard work, he's got Badji facing his own goal.
throw. Acosta on the free kick. Elfoth wants to roll that back just several yards on the restart. Now across. This ball headed across. Opportunity here. There it is. Mosquera. Cincinnati in second half stoppage time has the lead. Filling the role of the MLS Defender of the Year, Yerson Mosquera. But as he delivered the goal, that will be the difference tonight.
Well, we said that he was going to have a tough role this evening as the sweeper, but when the ball comes in from Barreal and then the ball is headed, it's the header from Murphy, heads it down to Mosquera. The question will be, is Murphy in an offside position when he heads the ball? VAR will be taking a good look at it. But the reaction from Mosquera, the finish from Mosquera, when he woke up this morning, he didn't think that he was potentially going to be sending Cincinnati into the next round of the MLS playoff with a potential last-minute winner. But now we just have to wait and see. Is it going to be brought back for an offside potentially on Murphy? It's an agonising way. As we're looking from here, it does look like Murphy's in an offside position, just on the wrong side of Carranza. There's no doubt about it. Mosquera is in an onside position, but it's the ball that's headed to him from Murphy.
The check is complete. The goal has been confirmed.
Well, they must have had a better angle than what we had. I know they say that if it's not clear and obvious, they'll go with what happened on field. But from what we saw, it looked like Murphy potentially was in an offside position.
Now the Union need the response. Skied high by Bueno, comes right back to the Venezuelan. Paizo to send this ahead. Broke it up. Taken here by Acosta. His team with the lead and on the move. Plays this ahead. Vasquez trying to put it away. Parried away by Blake. We've exceeded 6 minutes. More time added after the goal celebration and the video check. Played ahead quickly by the Union. Their season on the line now. They need a goal to level. Challenged by Paizo. Free kick awarded to Cincinnati. Yerson Mosquera, the Colombian, scored twice in the regular season in 26 regular season appearances. Substitution coming for both sides now. Angulo will come on for Cincinnati. Sullivan and Donovan to make their way on for Philadelphia.
And we just look as the ball's played again. Like I say, you look at the lines of the grass, and it does look like Murphy is in an offside position. No question Mosquera isn't. The goal was given. He must have a better angle. It must be inconclusive.
Paizo comes out for Donovan. McGlynn comes off as Quinn Sullivan comes on. This place is ready to explode with the potential winner by Mosquera in second half stoppage time. There's some confusion from the Union about who needs to come off. Paizo launches it ahead. Vasquez with the flag down. Cincinnati now looks to play keep away. Acosta will get on this. Lucho going for the exclamation point. Gathered here by Blake. Needs to distribute quickly. Andre Blake rolls it out. Bizo has remained on. There was some confusion about the substitution moments ago. Plays centrally. Bueno on the ball. This might be it for the Union. Moreno helps win it back. That's all full time. And in the Queen City, FC Cincinnati is 2 wins away, potentially, from being the kings of MLS. It's on to an all-Ohio Eastern Conference final.
No, it's incredible. What a performance once again from Cincinnati. You look at the players, how much it means to them. Somewhere in amongst all of that is the creator of this, and it's Pat Noonan. The job that he's done has been nothing short of sensational. His players have followed the lead. They've all got involved. There he is, the man himself. First thing he did was go over and shake hands with Jim Curtin. But what he's done at this football club has been nothing short of incredible. And the plaudits have been coming, the trophies have been coming, and they get every...
Take some of the edge off, but they got it back just in time at the right moment tonight.
They did, and you have to get things into context as well. When Pat Noonan took over, he worked all pre-season with a back four. He realised he didn't have the players to play with a back four and a diamond. He went to a back three, but which, by the way, he'd never coached before, and he realised that there was something in this. The players got more comfortable with it. And as we once again see the winning goal, it's Mosquera. And what a night he's had. A player that had a lot of responsibility on him at the start of the game. Well, he kept a clean sheet, and then he gets the winner for Cincinnati to get them into the Eastern Conference final. But there'll be a lot of conversation as to whether Murphy was in an offside position. But just going back to what I said about Pat Noonan, to come into a club, he needed to get that winning mentality because it had been in the doldrums for so long since they came into the league. And he's just done an incredible job to go to a system that he'd never coached before, to get the players to buy into it, to get the most out of his players. It's incredible. And the one thing people will talk about when you talk about coaches is the tactical side, is that the biggest thing you need is man management. And you can see the way that he manages the individual players here. Cincinnati, they are on a roll. Everybody's going in the same direction. They attack together and they defend together. And it's just been an incredible season that just continues.
The final score of the playoff loss to Philadelphia last year was 1-0. It flips, a 1-0 victory for FC Cincinnati. The Eastern Conference Final will be here in the Queen City 1 week from tonight. Robin Celentano with the clean sheet. FC Cincinnati advances to MLS Final Four. We're back in a moment.
There are trucks, then there's the truck, GMC Sierra. Available with the V8 engine. The Super Cruise hands-free driving experience. And of course, the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Hi, it's Major League Soccer. No, you're looking for Beckham. I'm Beck. Noah Beck.
All right, team, it's the marketing plan for 2023.
Hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. So I have this great idea. What do we think? Hi, it's Major League Soccer. Oh, hi, Mr. Messi. Yeah, please hold. Yeah, what's up? Hi, it's MLS.
Lunch?
Yes, please.
That'll be $23.
Your ad says it's free.
It is for our economy ultimate passengers who paid extra.
I'll just have water.
Okay, cash or card?
For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out, made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Welcome back to MLS Season Pass. The post-game scene at TQL Stadium. Yerson Mosquera, the Colombian, with the game-winning goal in second-half stoppage time. And FC Cincinnati, laughingstock of this league in its first 3 seasons of existence. A club that had a goal differential of minus 105 over those 3 years. On to a conference final. Here are the full-time highlights.
Yeah, and we saw early on Cincinnati, the way that they went about things. It's just a misplaced clearance from Bizo, and then Blake, he's just alert. And then once again, it's Bizo involved, but it's really good defending. It was all hands to the pump early on for Philadelphia Union, and then Bizo just gets in the way of the strike. You can see him initially in this part of the play, but he has a presence of mind to get back, and it's a vital block. And this is when Cincinnati, they started so well, and then Bupenzu, who I thought caused problems all evening, just dropping deep, and then Lowe has to drop off because he's got Vasquez, takes the strike, and it's a save that Blake had to make, and a difficult one as well, because it just dips at that last second, but he's able to put it around the post. And then Philadelphia Union had a couple of chances themselves. First of all, McGlynn gets the ball into the box. It just bounces just before Owen. He can't get his body over the ball to redirect it on target. Lovely ball in from McGlynn, but Owen just gets it all wrong. And then Bizo, he has every right in this situation, puts the ball into the box and just says to his forwards, where are you? He can't do any more here. It's a wonderful ball across the 6-yard box, but it's only Ewa that looks as though he could potentially get anywhere near it. And then, once again, you see Harriel this time testing Celentano into the second half. Now just hits it with his right foot, gets around the ball. And Celentano's in a good place. And then here's the key moment of the game. For me, like I say, I'm looking at it. Still think Murphy is in an offside position. It's a good header across. Mosquera finds himself free. Harriel just switches off at a vital moment and leaves Mosquera, who does the rest. But it's a goal that will be talked about for a while from both parties. One thinking it should have been disallowed and one thinking that it was rightly given.
Mosquera stands as the hero tonight. Full-time statistics, the expected goals at a relatively close ratio. Cincinnati had the ball 56% of the time. It was a nasty game. It was well played defensively for much of the night. Mosquera, the difference maker at the end. We thought he should have been yellow carded for the antics after the altercation with Carranza. He was not. He goes on to provide the ultimate moment this evening. It is on to a conference final for Vasquez and Cincinnati. We're back with a wrap at TQL Stadium in a moment.
Ilie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Ilie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here while barely making a sound, and command the road as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters.
Yeah, we still lit.
This isn't just an ad for Captain Morgan. It's a clue. In this NFL season, anything could be a clue.
Clue. Clue.
Clue?
Clue.
Clues for what? Just follow the captain and see where it takes you.
Follow the captain.
New IHG1 Rewards. 18 hotel brands. One loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
FC Cincinnati to the Eastern Conference Final with a late goal by Mosquera in the 94th minute, advancing for an All-Ohio Conference Final against the Columbus Crew 1 week from tonight. So the MLS playoff bracket looks like this. It'll be TQL Stadium, the setting for the right to go to MLS Cup next week. Cincinnati, the top seed, will host Columbus, which pulled off the road victory at Orlando City earlier today, 2-0. Sporting Kansas City and Houston, LAFC and Seattle in the Western Conference semis tomorrow as it all takes shape. And if you believe that rivalries either create or fuel by the playoffs, we're going to get that full throttle next week.
Oh, that will be incredible. Like I say, two contrasting styles, two fan bases. It's going to make for an unbelievable game.
Hope you had fun. We did tonight. Philadelphia Union bow out in the conference semis. Cincinnati marches on. For Danny Higginbotham and our entire crew, I'm Steve Cangelosi. Thanks for watching MLS on Apple TV. For other scores, highlights, and the latest news from around MLS, check out My Sports in the Apple News app.
This copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Paul. You don't want to ride with Paul. Or Sarah. Not today, anyway. And you don't want a rate based on Ben. He's got some important business to take care of. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
This isn't just an ad for Captain Morgan. It's a clue. In this NFL season, anything could be a clue.
Clue. Clue.
Clue?
Clue.
Clues for what? Just follow the captain and see where it takes you.
Follow the captain.
Scan it quick! It's heavy!
Welcome into MLS Wrap-Up. FC Cincinnati fans celebrating at home. This means MLS Cup Final will be in Ohio December 9th. Gentlemen, pack some warm clothes because it is going to be cold. Welcome into our stunning New York studios here in NYC. Sasha Clee celebrating, but another team celebrating. Let's get us down to Florida. Orlando taking on Columbus earlier today in early action. And it was a game with question marks about. You have Columbus that tactically plays a beautiful brand of soccer, and Orlando just a relentless, and they started off in just the 12th minute on the front foot.
This is probably Orlando's best chance during regular time. Facundo Torres with the ball at the penalty spot, takes a good first touch, but has to put that ball on target.
I'm going to raise you with this chance. Duncan McGuire, a beautiful blind ball in behind. Ivan Angulo, always a threat to play direct in behind the Columbus back line. Just doesn't get his feet right. No left-footed shot here. Shows the ball to Steven Moreira. Beautiful last-ditch tackle.
Great tracking back from the Columbus Crew, and jumping to the 23rd minute, Diego Rossi with a beautiful opportunity from the number 10.
Yeah, Alex Matam finding some room, finds his attacker, Diego Rossi, in space. He just doesn't get that further enough in the corner, but I love the way he's shooting through legs there.
Now, Andrew, you said the midfield for Columbus were going to have to play a massive role, and one of them being Aiden Morris. A great opportunity for him.
Just 22 years old, it's easy to forget that sometimes. He does it with the ball and without, in this case, with the ball. Just seeing that little angle. Watch how he sort of turns his foot here. Interesting technique, almost a pass. Gets it up, acrobatic save from Pedro Gallese, but the Crew early on pushing the issue.
And this man was excellent on the night. Farsi driving forward there. Again, finds Rossi in space. Just doesn't get his shot off. Brilliant tackle. We saw a bunch of these tackles today in this game.
It was great defensive work, but I want to go back a little bit earlier on into the game. In just the 16th minute, there was a yellow card picked up, and this was the first yellow card. This wouldn't be the last yellow card. Again, this one was from the first 45 minutes. Now jumping to the 77th minute, the second yellow card leading to that red.
Rodrigo Schlegel again. The first one, no doubter, yellow card. This the same. Could have been dog-so depending on the POV of the referee, but you see Schlegel on a yellow, reach in and grab Cucho Hernandez. Just a bad decision. He can shake his head all he wants. That is a clear sending off and puts Orlando up against it. Just 10 minutes remaining in regulation.
And jumping to the 82nd minute, who other than Cucho Hernandez having the confidence with just a bike?
You wouldn't be surprised if he puts that in the back of the net. Unlucky, a little bit too high, but good effort.
96th minute, Orlando continued to pour on the pressure, considering they were down, and Matt Ojeda just missing this chance going wide.
It just goes wide here, and this has been the dying seconds of regulation. It's a tight angle. I see that he's going for the far post. He just misses by a few inches.
You can see Christian Ramirez entering the pitch here in extra time, different than that round one. This one does go into 2:15 minutes. The first touch of Christian Ramirez entering the game. He entered in the 91st, and gentlemen, scoring in the 93rd.
And it's good movement. You see he's going towards the near post and realizes that the ball's going to go across the front of the box. Doing what all good strikers do.
Yeah, you got the striker side of this, BWP, but come on, Aiden Morris winning that ball at the edge of the box, driving toward the inline, providing the pass. That's what makes the goal and changes the game for the Crew.
Orlando City playing at home, hadn't lost at home since late April, didn't have that never die mentality, and continued to pour it on here in the first extra time.
This is what we wanted to see from Columbus coming into this game. We knew they can score goals, but can they hold on to a lead? Schulte had to be big, and the back line had to be big.
And a beautiful ball in from Junior Urso finds Kyle Smith 1-against-1 with Schulte. That's your left back making a run across the defense. You'd love to see your striker here on goal. Kyle Smith puts it on target, but it's a good save from Schulte.
These are the moments that, to be honest, the Crew blew it in the regular season. A 2-0 lead, 2-2 draw. A 3-1 lead, 4-3 loss. This time, Columbus standing tall. Their 22-year-old goalkeeper, Patrick Schulte, did not have to make a save in the first 90 minutes, but he was called upon in extra time and he delivered.
And this is a point-blank save.
A little bit far for me, but yeah, I'd put that away. Good finish. Kevin Molino recognizing, Cujo in space and Gallese out, and it's an open net. You expect the best striker at the moment in the league to put that away.
It's like a late game goalie has been pulled open net. Cucho Hernandez never missing that one. Icing on the cake for a great performance from Columbus Crew.
Well, a huge performance from the Columbus Crew. FC Cincinnati winning their match tonight. So this is the Eastern Conference final matchup. It is going to be in Ohio, gentlemen, which means the MLS Cup final December 9th will be in Ohio, depending on the winner of this match. And we caught up with Christian Ramirez post-match, and also congratulations to him and his missus.
Christian, such a tense atmosphere inside the stadium. Talk us through your emotions at coming onto the field and making the impact, getting that all-important opening goal.
I was just itching to get out on the pitch. I felt that we were just missing some presence in the box. As Cucho and Diego and Mati were floating outside the box, out wide. So just told myself, if I get in there, I'm just going to be inside the box, and got on the end of one.
Christian, this game felt different for us watching. We've seen you guys put together some impressive performances being ball dominant, but today you guys showed a different side to your game. I mean, just how much confidence does that give you guys that you can win games in a different way and on the road to go on and win this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the year, you just got to grind out some wins, especially on the road in such a hostile environment. They turned it into a bit of a scrap, which we knew coming in. We kept our head and kept fighting and believing in our game plan, and the results show themselves. I think this whole season we've been learning and had plenty of mistakes and drop points that today that paid off.
Christian, congratulations on the win tonight. Good luck next weekend.
Thank you. I got to get home. Hopefully that didn't put my wife into labor.
Oh, hey, good luck with that, man. For sure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
to my wife and have our kid. My wife's in labor. Well, she should be, hopefully.
How's that go, though? How's that go for you, though?
Incredible.
Well, we love that for both Christian Ramirez and his wife. That game probably did put her into labor, the third one on the way. So congratulations if and when that does happen. But Columbus Crew, I love what Christian Ramirez said there. They're getting the job done, good, bad, or ugly, and on the road against a very difficult team like Orlando at home.
They hadn't beat Orlando in 6 tries in Orlando. The Crew hadn't won in regulation in the playoffs away from home since 2002. For Wilfried Nancy to build this team up, to create stars out of players who weren't stars before and get this result is one step further than he took Montreal last year. And now Columbus are on the brink of a historic MLS Cup. And Aiden Morris, for me, was the star of the show. The most passes, the most touches in this match, around the ball at all times, even fouled repeatedly by Orlando. That's where they were bringing the steal a little bit. But it was those moments, Sasha, to recognize what the game needs. Is it a pass in this moment? Is it a tackle? How can I provide what my team is in need of?
And we've seen Aiden Morris improve week in and week out over the course of this whole season, but also Cucho Hernandez, just his energy on the night to get in front of the goal, to get in different spots, to get shots off. This one, it's such a good touch in the box. He misses only by inches. This one, the acrobatic one. This guy, we talked about him in pregame, he can score in different ways, Bradley. He can do everything. He's the modern striker.
You see, as the Columbus play is building up, you see him start to get excited. You see there's an idea that he's thinking of, that he wants to get done. And anytime the ball's in the final third, he comes alive, and it's so dangerous. He can get a shot off both feet in any situation. Brilliant to watch.
Bradley, we know you love talking about the attacking side of players, but Schulte, his second clean sheet already in the postseason. The importance of having a good goalkeeper in big moments.
It's massive. You're walking into this stadium where they're very good at home. You know at some stage, it doesn't matter how good Columbus are, you know at some stage the keeper's going to be needed. And Schulte today, when he was needed late in the game, he turned up.
It was only in the extra period where he had to come up with saves, and he came up with every single one. This one, no rebound. He keeps it in there. This one, point blank.
The best one.
Point blank, he has to make that save to keep this game at 1-0. Then Columbus goes on to get the second goal. Schulte was the MVP of the extra time period.
Credit to Wilfried Nancy, a 22-year-old goalkeeper, Generation Adidas, last year won MLS Next Pro Cup, Patrick Schulte, but made mistakes early in the season, was part of the reason why the Columbus Crew dropped points in big moments. They had Eloy Room. Wilfried Nancy could have gone with the veteran, could have put his chips on the guy who'd been there before. He didn't. He said, Schulte's my guy, and that faith paid off in the biggest moment of the season.
For Orlando City, you look at Oscar Pereira. He's made the postseason 9 times, but has never featured in MLS Cup final. That sets a record in the league for a manager. Where do they go from here?
First of all, sign Oscar Pereira to a new contract. It is absolutely insane that Pereira, after 4 straight playoff appearances, a place that Orlando City wasn't accustomed to being ever prior to him arriving, an Open Cup title, 2 CCL appearances, and a points and wins record this year, is exiting the playoffs at this stage without a contract for next season. I cannot believe it.
It's crazy, and not a great budget either. And really good job. Let's not take away though from what, listen, they're going to be sad. We can't take away from what Orlando have done this season. They've had a brilliant season, second in the league. They get to the playoff, the semi-finals. They've been really good. They had to contend with Miami and Messi coming in, and they quietly went about their business. I think it's been successful.
You can see on the players' faces there that this was a missed opportunity. It's not often you get to play such a big game in front of your home crowd, being the number 2 seed in the East. It's a missed opportunity for Orlando. This was a big chance for them to go far, and they didn't show up tonight in the right way. They didn't have a plan B to beat this Columbus team.
Yeah, didn't have a plan B, and Columbus Crew had a plan A, B, and C, and got the job done on the road. Meanwhile, another game in action here tonight. FC Cincinnati Supporter Shield winners taking on the Philadelphia Union. We got all the highlights and controversy coming up next.
How will I know where to start? Striving for more isn't just for the field, it's for life. Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Good morning, friends. Today is Thursday, and everybody knows what that means.
How are you today? Ozark is a therapy dog who goes to children's hospitals and schools. Ozark calms people down after overwhelming days. Purina is supporting more touch therapy dogs to make a difference in the lives of more kids, like me. Purina cares here.
For 120 years, JCPenney has been there for you for every holiday, helping your family make every gift special, every moment matter, and every dollar count. So now's the time to get the sweater that hugs you back, bake the cookies that melt your heart, rock the looks that make a statement, give the gift that pops the question, and cherish the morning you'll always remember. For all the ways you celebrate, JCPenney, make your holidays count.
Lunch?
Yes, please.
That'll be $23.
Your ad says it's free.
It is for our Economy Ultimate passengers who paid extra.
I'll just have water.
Okay, cash or card?
For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out, made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Lionel Messi is as big as it gets.
This is one of the greatest players in the world.
Mi felicidad siempre fue jugar al fútbol. Y lo puedo seguir haciendo acá.
A player that are picking up 3 yellow cards will miss it, but did pick up MLS Defender of the Year, Matt Miazga.
Miazga watching the match in Cincinnati tonight in a flannel. That wasn't ideal. We'll see here as we hit the highlights whether or not he was smiling afterwards.
Well, someone that would have been smiling was Pat Noonan, also receiving Coach of the Year. He's not looking too happy here, but he would be looking happy at the end, winning MLS Coach of the Year.
And he's a deserved winner this year, Kalen. Leading Cincinnati from the bottom a couple of years ago to the top now. Fantastic player, fantastic coach. The players seem to love playing for Pat, and he's changed the culture in Cincinnati.
A lot of stories heading into this match tonight. FC Cincinnati hosting Philadelphia. Cincinnati without Wobodo and Matt Miazga in this one. Philadelphia without Wagner. Glesnes was on the bench. You can see the fans never disappoint over in Cincinnati. Another sellout for a huge game on the line. If the Cincinnati win means this game will be hosted December 9th for that MLS Cup final in Ohio. But it started out early, gentlemen.
PK for you, Brad? What do you think?
I'm a striker. I want the PK. No, honestly, that's soft. Not a penalty.
He left both his feet. Not so. This was always going to be physical, shall we say. Early on, Damian Lowe clearing out Lucho Acosta. These teams know each other well. Met last year in the playoffs. Of course, a Leon Plott goal was the difference for the Union. It's come down to mistakes in the 18s, and Sasha, nobody could really find that finishing touch.
No, and Bizo with the missed clearance here. Brandon Vasquez tries to sneak in, but Andre Blake makes himself big and makes the save. Set pieces, of course, in the playoffs become a big aspect of the game. Good chance there for Harriel, but can't put his header on target. Stays 0-0.
And Bupenza, who was lively all game, you could tell he was up for it, causing problems in the final third, just running into the box and making something happen. Vasquez doesn't get the shot away. I feel like he feels the first one's going to get blocked and doesn't really get to have a clean shot on goal.
Ooh, love to see this from Brandon Vasquez, just dancing over the ball with a great opportunity inside the 18-yard box. FC Cincinnati continue to pour on the pressure.
This is Aaron Bupenza at his best, but also at his worst, driving through the midfield, creating space for himself. Maybe a moment to get your head up, because when you're shooting from this distance, watch, Andre Blake has every sight line on that. He's always going to make
It's a 10% chance, Andy.
Yeah, low percentage.
Well, Philadelphia continue to try to put their pressure on in the 38th minute and just completely mishits this BWP.
Just, the ball bounces up. It's not as easy as it looks. It's a great ball in by McGlynn, but the ball hops up on Ure and he just can't keep it down.
That's Strikers Union
Are you,
stuff right
yeah, I was going to say, you're finishing that
That's
BWP.
difficult. That's difficult.
Well, they continued for Philadelphia in the 43rd minute down this right-hand side. A little step over, ball at that back post, a great little touch save.
Every moment in this game, it seemed like both teams were just not sharp in the final third. You want to see Uwa crashing at that back post there for a tap-in. Another one here, he doesn't get the shot off as quick as he wanted to. Both teams just lacked a little bit of sharpness in the final third, whether it was decision-making or making the right technical play in the moment with the right speed.
Jim Curtin said before this match, it's always decided in the 18 when these two teams meet. The attacking trios for both, absolutely spectacular. Neither could find that finishing touch. And Jerson Mosquera took it upon himself to try to get Julian Carranza sit off in this match.
We don't like that, do we?
No, that's play acting, no doubt about it. You see Carranza saying, wait, hold on, man, I didn't even touch you.
Andrew, a big centre back, if you go to start the fight and you end up on the floor like that, get out, Mosquera.
And then continuing on into this one, big tackles started to get a little bit heated as the legs started to go in the 75th minute. Just a sloppy tackle here, picking up the yellow card.
And this forces off Jose Martinez, one of Philadelphia's most influential players. It's a nasty tackle from behind, and Bupenza, rightfully so, earns the yellow card.
Well, a difficult one to see one of your star men go up. You can see just distressed, frustrated, annoyed, having to leave the pitch. Philadelphia continued the top of the 18. Fabulous save once again.
Yeah, Bedoya picks up the ball, finds Harriel on the edge of the box. Listen, Harriel's very decent in front of goal. He's been good all season. Gets a shot off, he just can't get it further enough in the corner.
Now, gentlemen, we were watching this game downstairs thinking this was going to go into extra time, going into stoppage in the 94th, and it's Mosquera to put this one away.
You see what happens when you stand up in the box and don't dive on the ground?
Is it offside for you, though, BWP?
100% this is offside. I don't care about angles. The picture we just saw here, that's offside.
That is the view that the video assistant referee was looking at as well. Of course, this play is checked. It was not reviewed by the referee. Check complete, goal stands. I understand why the Union are frustrated, but looking down that line, knowing what I know about how angles can play tricks on you, I think it's hard to send that 1-2 review.
Weeby, you're sounding like Christina Uncle here right now.
know.
We got to get her FaceTimed in for the next one. What do you got to say? You're shaking your head.
Whether it was offside or not, that in the 90th minute, the Philadelphia Union, one of the best set-piece defending teams in the league this year, left Ian Murphy that wide open and unmarked to knock that header down is inexcusable.
That is hell for them, and now hell is real.
All right, well, hell is real now. FC Cincinnati taking on the Columbus Crew, the Eastern Conference final happening December 7th. Our coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Well, we got to speak to Mosquera post-match. We'll have a listen.
Yerson, congratulations. We'll get to the goal in a moment, but for the team to produce a clean sheet, you playing at center back in the middle of a back three with Matt Miazga out, how proud are you of the defensive effort tonight for Cincinnati?
In the moment to score the goal, it's amazing, you know. Everyone wants to score in this game. About my change to position, I'm ready to play there. It's normal when you have this work in the position. It's helpful for the team. We have player out. We can practice. We can worry about that. But we have a good team. We have the good player to play in the middle, on the right back, on the left back.
Do you have anything to say, BWP? Did you get caught?
Yeah, I got it.
I want to go back to the decision of the goal standing for Mosquera, because I know that we're all former players, so we all see that clear and obvious. It's offside, but the man that loves to dive deeper into things, Andrew, walk us through this, why this potentially, or why it wasn't offside.
Look at the bottom of the screen there. Ian Murphy is the player whose offside position we're judging. At moment of contact on the free kick, right here down the 18, this is the view that the video assistant referee is looking at, and it is very tight. I understand your instinct, BWP, to say that is offside, but given that we're not looking directly down the line, you have to understand that those angles are going to play tricks on you, and if it's not called on the field, it has to be clear and obvious, and for me, it is not clear and obvious that that play is offside, therefore it would stand, but I understand why the Union would be frustrated.
So you're calling my eyes liars?
Oh, well.
He's saying you might need laser
Eyewitness testimony, eyes, all notorious liars.
I'm very surprised that it did not at least get sent down to review to have the center referee take more of a look at it.
Yeah.
It's very surprising.
Too much on the line.
Yeah. But once again, Philadelphia, one of the best set-piece defending teams in the league. Carranza is there. He looks at him and then just leaves him with 2 yards of space.
Because he's thinking, he's offside. He's offside.
It's close. There's a shoulder there from the defender. There's a foot from Ian Murphy. There's about 2 or 3 feet in between.
Either way, Brad, of course, the call does not go their way, and it is what it is. But you cannot defend a set piece like that in stoppage time in a 0-0 game on the road. And Carranza will watch it back, and he'll be disappointed in himself for sure, and it'll be a learning experience for that young man.
It's a huge moment for the Union. Ali Bedoya is not coming back next year. Kai Wagner is likely not coming back next year. Julian Carranza might not be coming back next year. There was a championship window for the Philadelphia Union. I'm not saying that thing is slammed shut, but it is inching closed. It is a big offseason for that organization.
Numerous opportunities for the Philadelphia Union that were just missed from sloppiness in that final third. Taking a look at our bracket now. Hell is real, hell is fired, and call it what you want to call it. Cincinnati taking on Columbus over in the West, and the Western Conference semifinals happening tomorrow. Houston, Sporting Kansas City, Seattle, LAFC. Don't go anywhere because we're going to preview those 2 matches coming up next.
Travis, did you know you can...
2 things at once.
2 things at once!
2 things at once! I'll have 2 things at once, please. Now, back to 2 things at once. 2 things at once.
That's not 2 things at once.
Mom!
Travis, ask about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Napoleon Bonaparte, the greatest leader in the history of the world.
You are just a brute.
He's vain, but he's popular. This vermin has routed Europe.
You want to be great.
I'm not built like other men. But I will win by fire.
Napoleon, rated R, now playing exclusively in theaters.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the road as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters.
Welcome back into MLS Wrap-Up. This is our J.C. Penney Team of the Day. Gentlemen, we got to give it to Columbus.
Got to give it to Columbus. Let's give it to Aiden Morris for that work on the game-winning goal. With the tackle, then makes the overlap, ball across the box. Great game for Aiden Morris tonight on the Columbus crew.
Team of the day as well because Columbus learned from that 4-3 loss to Orlando. Since then, 10 games, just 1 loss, 6 wins. They locked it down on the back, stopped giving up points and results late in games, and that's why they're headed to the conference final.
Well, fabulous win for the Columbus crew that will now face their match against Cincinnati. But tomorrow, out west, Houston Dynamo hosting Sporting Kansas City. And then rounding out our night is the Seattle Sounders taking on Denny Bouanga and LAFC. Taking a look at our full bracket now, gentlemen, we have 2 teams remaining in the Eastern Conference Final. Cincinnati taking on Columbus. And in the conference semifinals out west, Sporting Kansas City hosting Houston, LAFC hosting Seattle. And we've already determined that the final will be over in Ohio on December 9th. So mark your calendars for that one. Pack some warm jackets. Let's talk about the matchups happening tomorrow, though. Houston taking on Sporting Kansas City. Why are you laughing right now?
I'm just excited.
Is it just late night?
I'm just excited. There's 2 good teams that are really in form right now in Sporting KC. They have to go to Houston. It's going to be a tough place to play. This game will be won or lost in transition.
It will be. And also Alan Pulido, comeback player of the year since coming back from injury, has been phenomenal and has put Sporting Kansas City on his back.
He has done. Brilliant player, all-round striker. And this time, coming back this time, on fire, being as good as he's playing in the playoffs, perfect time to get good.
It's not just goals either. It's 3 assists in the playoffs. He is a creator as well as a goal scorer, and that's where the transition moments come from oftentimes for Kansas City. Sasha, play into his feet, get runners behind him, whether it's Gadi Kinda or Shallowy or Russell, all of a sudden Kansas City off to the races.
In playoff games, you need those difference makers. They're tight, and Polito's one of those players.
Alan Polito missing 14 months, only making it look like he's missed maybe 14 days. On the flip side, though, Hector Herrera has had a massive season in the midfield for the Houston Dynamo and is a huge part of their success.
18 assists for a box-to-box midfielder is otherworldly. And let's not forget, last season, Hector Herrera did not look like the Hector Herrera that we all know. And this season, he has stepped it up, been probably the best center midfielder in all of MLS, the way he dictates the game, his set-piece delivery, his passing, his range. He's been one of the best players in the whole league.
Another match happening tomorrow out west is Seattle taking on LAFC. Denny Bwanga kind of went like this. A little bit of a roller coaster season for him. Has completely found his form in the regular season at the tail end and also in the playoffs.
Imagine having a roller coaster season and scoring 36.
No. I mean, I think he put opposing defenders on the roller coaster. They're screaming, they're trying to get off. 36 in all comps. Brad scoring any way he wants.
Any way he wants. And you're right. It shows how good he is. He did go through a quiet patch, and look how he still ends the season. We're talking about difference makers. This man is the difference maker. He looks like he can score when he wants.
Also the 2023 MLS Golden Boot winner with 20 goals on the season. Can he do it against the Seattle Sounders and Jordan Morris? The question mark around Jordan Morris, would he start as that number 9 in the postseason? And he has.
It looks like that's going to be the decision for Brian Schmetzer. Raul Ruiz will come off the bench. Seattle need goals from Jordan Morris, from anyone. They have a generationally good defense. The chances are going to be hard to come by for LAFC. The question is, can Seattle put the ball in the back of the net to provide themselves the margin they need to keep marching on?
I'm very intrigued to see this matchup of Jordan Morris and Giorgio Chiellini. If Morris can exploit his speed and that pace in behind, if LAFC gives Seattle any space in behind, or if they just sit back and defend deep.
That has to be his game plan. It has to be. If I'm Morris and I'm going up against Chiellini, no disrespect, with the highest regard, I'm taking him in behind every chance I get. Every chance.
What two teams do you see going through?
Oh, you're asking me this?
Yeah.
I had Seattle Columbus. You know this stuff.
Much right now.
Shocked that you took Sporting
I might change
Kansas
my mind.
City.
I might change
no, you
my mind.
can't. You can't do that. All right,
He's got 24 hours to think about this.
LAFC, man.
Columbus, Cincinnati. You look at this Columbus side. I know we're looking further ahead. We're looking to December 2nd when these two teams meet each other out east. But after seeing Columbus be able to get the job done against different opponents in the fashion that they did, can they take down this Cincinnati side, even with the likes of Matt Miazga back into the lineup?
Can they do it? Yes. Am I sure that they will do it? No. This is going to be a very intriguing match. If Miazga is back like we think he'll be and Wobodo is back from injury, that changes things a lot, and I think it tilted in Cincinnati's favor, especially playing at home.
I'll be watching the status of Wobodo all week long leading up to that match. Training before this game, but wasn't available at all, even off the bench. That is a huge miss for Pat Noonan, especially against a Crew team that wants to control the game in those midfield spaces. If there's no Wobodo, I'm giving the edge to the Crew. Cucho Hernandez and Rossi and Matan, irresistible.
Columbus.
Here we go. Here we go.
No, I'm telling you, Columbus.
He buckled his seatbelt on the bandwagon. He said, I'm not getting off. I'm stuck in here.
No, they go into that tough place to play and they get the win. All they had to prove to themselves and us was that they don't give up leads. They can defend. They put more discipline in defense, and they've done that.
But what a gift we've gotten in the Eastern Conference. Yeah. To spend all this time, effort, and energy getting to this point, to have a rivalry match, to go to MLS Cup, to know we'll go to Ohio, BWP, rain, shine, sleet, or snow, the mail gets delivered, bro. We're going to Ohio for MLS Cup.
Oh, OHIO. Congratulations to Cincinnati, who punched their ticket through over Philadelphia tonight, and Columbus punching their ticket through over Orlando. From the gentlemen, myself, Caitlin, Kyle, Sasha Clutchin, BWP, and Andrew Weeby, ciao, ciao.